Show. This is the Big O 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 Show.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com. Welton Rayom has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welton Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rayom can help. Call 954-966-4646.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
Welcome to Red Light Therapy, a revolutionary technology perfected by NASA to aid in muscle strengthening and recovery. Red and infrared light has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Train, fight, recover.
Have you viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. NBA fans, it's time for the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. RedRecover.com helps pros and everyday warriors heal on the go with our medical-grade, highly specialized devices designed for each area of the body. Use code BIG-O to get a 10% discount. Let's hit the hardwood with some of the best insiders in the NBA. Here's Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan.
And we welcome you into another Inside the Paint Show brought to you by RedRecover.com. Things can change quickly and move quickly in a week, as we've learned since the last time we did this show. I'm Ira Winderman from the South Florida Sun-Sentinel here in Milwaukee, covering the Heat in their playoff series against the Bucks. Game 2 tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern, NBA TV, Bally Sports Sun in South Florida. He's Kurt Heelan covering the West Coast playoffs for us from NBCSports.com and Pro Basketball Talk. Kurt, the last time we spoke, the Heat were coming off a loss to Atlanta, facing a do-or-die game against Chicago. In that game, trailed in the fourth quarter. We didn't know what was going to happen, except if they win that game, they get swept by the Bucks. Then they go into Milwaukee on Sunday. Giannis gets hurt. Tyler Herro gets hurt. The Heat somehow wind up with a victory. When you look at your thoughts about the Miami Heat, when you read Kurt Heelan from a national perspective, where you stood when we spoke this time a week ago to where we are this week, what, if anything, maybe, I mean, I know you're a big long view kind of guy. You understand this league is about more than one game, but what's your perspective on the Heat this week compared to your perspective on the Heat from last week?
They just lived a little more up to their potential we've always thought, how many times have we said on the show? How many times have the fans said in the chat? We were close, right? We were close a year ago, and they just haven't looked like that team for, long stretches of the season. Like they haven't looked like the team that was a shot away, and we kept picking apart why they weren't. But playoff Jimmy Butler's real. When Bam Adebayo's active like he was in game 1, it matters. I'm very concerned about the Tyler Herro thing, but the injury and like surgery, but the potential of this team when it comes together, they forget Giannis going down. They were beating the Bucks before Giannis went down. When they play like that, they're a threat to win any game. It's been the consistency is the question, but when they play like that, man,
it's a different look. It's sort of the Heat we've been waiting for to see all year.
Yeah. By
the way, join us on the chat board. Big O Show will be on after our show today. We started a little early ahead of him. Hit us up on the chat board. C. Dollar already has jumped on there. And now that Kurt has moved the studio to the kitchen, he has nicknamed Kurt the chef. So maybe we'll get a little chef kiss before we're done with this show. I want to ask this to you, Kurt, and I want to ask this to our listeners out there on RedRecover.com Inside the Paint, those on the chat board right now. Kurt, I want to give you a scenario, and then I want to see what you say the outcome will be. There's a chance Giannis doesn't play tonight. He's listed as doubtful. I don't necessarily trust injury reports this time of year. We'll get to that in a moment. If the Miami Heat should find a way to move up 2-0 in this best-of-7 series, and I was to ask our listeners, I was to ask Kurt Heelan this question. If you had to take all your family's money and bet on one of two outcomes, the Heat up 2-0 against the Milwaukee Bucks, who wins this series? Which side of that proposition would you take?
That's a really good question. If they get 2-0 and going home, but the Bucks would get Giannis back at some point. And
yes, I'm figuring if Giannis doesn't play tonight, you're talking
but he
about
does play
a 5-day break. Yeah.
Right. And boy, I'd almost call it a toss-up just because
That's
I
why
think
I asked,
Tyler, which is I'll take the Heat, I guess. The Tyler Herro thing scares the living crap out of me because you lose, for all his ups and downs, you lose the secondary shot creation behind Jimmy, and you're relying on Kyle, you're relying on Gabe, you're relying on guys who haven't been consistent all season, and so it's concerning. But up 2-0 going home, it's tough not to pick the Heat in that situation just because this is the kind of organization that wins those kind of series, that pulls those kind of upsets.
Right. I mean, it just comes down to after that, the Bucks would have to win 3 of the next 4 games. So it just, it gets a little bit interesting there because that's what you're talking. Forget game 7, you'd be in that situation. A lot to get to. The chat board's loading up already. We'll load up on the chat board also, I promise. But I want to give people some perspective. Yesterday, the Bucks practiced simultaneously with the Heat, different places. Mike Budenholzer comes out after practice, who usually says nothing. Mike Budenholzer is one of these people, if you were to put all his quotes in the sausage maker and you were to grind it up, you'd realize at the end you have air. You have nothing. He tips nothing. Kurt, you've seen many coaches like this. You go to the pregame.
He's really good at it, though.
Yeah, he's really good. I mean, he'll say a lot and he'll say nothing. But he says he's heartened and he's encouraged by Giannis. And he feels that by tonight at 9 o'clock, it'll trend the other way. And his expectation is that it'll come out. Then at the 5:30 p.m. Central Time injury report, which is the deadline for teams, you must file an injury report by 5:30 p.m. local time, your local time, the night before a game. They come out and list Giannis as doubtful. I go check my NBA injury report tracker. It says doubtful means there's a 75% chance you won't play, a 25% chance you will play. And I'm not necessarily buying it. Knowing what Giannis's injury is, knowing that he was able to come back into the game after sustaining the injury before finally pulling himself out in a game I am sure that the Bucks nonetheless thought they would win anyway, with Chris Middleton playing well, with Drew Holiday, with Brooke Lopez. Yeah. So, Kurt, we're going to keep betting here. We're going to keep the theme on redrecover.com inside the paint. Will Giannis Antetokounmpo line up for the opening jump tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern time here at Fiserv Forum?
Yes. I think you're in the same boat. I would be surprised if he's not there. Like you said, partially the nature of the injury, partially we're not talking about Zion Williamson here. We're talking about Giannis Antetokounmpo, a guy who actually fights through injuries, shows up and has played hurt before and probably, I imagine, will again. He wants to be out there. He's physically and mentally tough. So I would be more surprised than not if he's not out there.
I agree. This is one of those I'll believe it when I see it moments. This is one of those I almost think it's like, okay, Eric Spoelstra, do your lineup without preparing for Giannis, do your rotation, do your strategy, preparing for Giannis. We'll keep you a little bit busy. We'll keep you on your toes. You're a sharp coach, but we'll make your job a little bit more difficult. I just don't see it. A home game, he can get treatment, sleeping in his own bed. It's not like he's on the road. I got to tell you this. If he doesn't show up tonight, then I really wonder about this because we've seen guys with back injuries. Number one, miss significant time. Jimmy Butler did last season. And 2, not be the same player afterwards. So I think that's a swing element. But just like I asked you at the top of the show, sort of your prediction where the series might go if Giannis doesn't play, even without Giannis Antetokounmpo, your thoughts on the Bucks' chances tonight. So we know Tyler Herro's out for the Miami Heat.
Yeah.
Kurt Heelan and I both believe Giannis is playing. We both stayed at a Holiday Inn Express. I'm still at one right now last night. So we're playing the role of doctors with Giannis. But let's for a second move that out of the equation. No Giannis Antetokounmpo, Bucks on their home court. I don't say desperate, but down 1-0, not wanting to go 0-2 on the road. How do you think if Giannis doesn't play tonight, the game plays out?
You're going to need another big Jimmy Butler night, and you're going to need role player X, pick your guy, to have a big night. Because if he's not there, I can guarantee you this. Drew Holiday will come out playing like an all-NBA player. He has taken on – they've had to play some games without Giannis this season. Drew Holiday has generally been the guy who stepped up. Maybe Middleton has a big night. Brooke is capable of spacing the floor. They've got some shooters who could get hot. But it all – when he's out, it becomes about Drew Holiday. It becomes about his play. And you know this, Ira. Drew's really been good. He is a very, very good basketball player and fully capable of kind of taking over a game. So I would expect a heavy Drew Holiday night. And even if Giannis doesn't play, I expect this to be a very close game. This is not like, oh, he's gone. You can push this team over. Their MVP is gone. You can get him. This team won a ring because of their depth.
Well, and we've seen it in the playoffs. We've seen it. Home team loses game 1, Cleveland. Come back. Thrash the Knicks.
Yes.
Home team loses game 1, Phoenix. Come back with a statement victory. Typically, this is what happens. You realize backs against the wall. You're the higher seeded team for a reason. I understand injuries compound the situations here in Milwaukee more than those other two series, but that's the general trend in these series. I agree. I think Drew Holiday has a lot of Jimmy Butler in him. I think he can be Jimmy Butler-esque, but he's also the kind of player who doesn't need the limelight. He can play a secondary role when he started in Philadelphia, when he was playing for the Pelicans. When he came to Milwaukee, he knew he was going to be the number 2, and he's accepted that, and he focuses on defense, but he can be more. Chris Middleton has torched the Heat over the years. Any concern about his knee injury, we saw in Game 1, he was loading up. He was pretty unstoppable, so that's a factor also. You do lose Giannis' defense, but I still think the Bucks have enough because they have depth, and I like what Kurt Heelan said here on RedRecover.com Inside the Paint. I agree. Every game in this series, no matter who plays or who doesn't, is going to require a breakout, complementary Miami Heat performance. It's just the way this team is now without Tyler Herro playing. So whether it's Max Strus hitting threes or Duncan Robinson coming and doing it, Gabe Vincent the last game loaded up on three-pointers and gave him that X factor. The Bucks opened with Giannis guarding Gabe Vincent, figuring, hey, I'm a free safety. He's just Gabe Vincent. You've got to make those shots. The Heat had a high percentage of a low amount of takes on three-pointers, and the Bucks didn't shoot well. That hasn't changed in this series. Miami Heat win no matter who's on the court if they make their shots and the Bucks miss their shots. I know it sounds simplistic, but it's basically the way that both of these teams play, so I can see it that way. So I don't want to get too far away here from the chat board because we're sort of loading up. So we're going to be a little bit all over the place, but hey, that's what makes radio. That's what makes it easier doing it here on the online where not Sean Stanley, but I can control the breaks. So I want to get through a couple of these right now. Okay, again, C. Dollar is calling Kurt the chef. Feel free if you write him.
I do all the cooking in our house. Like I am, like man.
Perfect. We learned something also. And this is also inside Kurt Heelan every week, 9 a.m. on Wednesdays. That's good to know. Two Extreme says, here's the first question for Big O, for Ira and Kurt. Big O will be joining us a little bit later after our show. How the hell does De'Aaron Fox win Clutch Player of the Year over Jimmy Clutch Butler? I know the Kings won their first playoff game in 20 years, but still. Well, first of all, it's too extreme. The voting happened before the start of the playoffs. So this was done ahead of time. De'Aaron Fox did lead the league in clutch scoring. You know what? I almost think if you were to ask Jimmy Butler, I think he would agree. And again, to the victor goes the spoils. When you have the kind of record the Kings did, you generally, and you should, get more recognition than a team that was a middling 44-38 and wound up finishing in 7th place, being a number 8 seed. So, Kurt, I have a couple of, Chef, I have a couple of questions for you. Number one, did you have any issue with De'Aaron Fox being the runaway winner? 2, the NBA is trying to foist another award upon us. And this is not a typical award for this reason. The electorate were not given the entire league to vote from. Experts picked the 10 finalists, and then they said go. So if you thought another player was one of the top 3, which is the ballot, candidates for clutch player, you could not vote for him. Kurt, do you think this award has staying power? Did we need this? Your thoughts on De'Aaron Fox winning?
First off, it's yes, chef, I believe is how that's going. Look, I'll just be up front. I am one of the voters, and I voted for De'Aaron. Most points in the clutch, most shots in the clutch, 53% shooting in those moments. Look, Jimmy was second on my ballot, but if you look, I don't know how much out on the East Coast, how often you stayed up to watch the Kings light the beam this season, but when it got late, De'Aaron Fox was genuinely amazing. He was really brilliant in those moments. He earned this award. It's not a knock on Jimmy or like Steph Curry got 2 first place votes because the Warriors looked so good this year. But he earned it. But I am with you on this. Not only do I don't think we need the award, because Fox was in a really good place all season long. Like he was dominant kind of in this role. And I think by mid-season was considered the front runner. There wasn't a real debate about what this award is. What if you're really good on defense and you have some blocks at the end of the games? Is it, if you take on the entire, and again, it didn't happen because Fox did this, but if you're efficient versus taking on how much load you take on in those moments, if you get up more shots, but you weren't quite as efficient, but you led your team to wins versus a guy who was very efficient. Like, this debate didn't happen because it was Fox, and it was kind of clearly Fox. So I'm not sure we need this award, and I don't think we've had any kind of real discussion of what should constitute this award, because there was kind of a runaway clear winner with all due respect to Jimmy, who was second on my ballot. I don't think the basketball world had a discussion of this, because there's one coming in some future year. There's going to be a genuine debate between, whomever, Jimmy and Steph.
And I think that's a great point for another reason. You brought up the defensive element. And let's look back, for example, and I believe it was Sunday's Suns-Clippers game. Russell Westbrook was horrific from the field. But what he did on the defensive end was as clutch as any basket he could have made on the offensive end when he was bricking threes. But no one calls that clutch. Clutch is when the ball goes through the basket in the final X amount of seconds. That's where you're clutch. So I think that's a really good point. Kurt, I think you'll get a chuckle out of this next one, because fandoms. And I think this is kind of interesting here. This is from Daniel, who asked this question. And it's almost like I was expecting this after the Heat won Game 1. So here we go, Kurt Heelan. If the Heat beat the Bucks, who is more of a challenge, the Knicks or the Cavaliers? Because why not just sort of run all the way to that there? I'm not going to lie. I'm looking at hotels in New York and Cleveland. Kurt, as traveling media, you still want to try to get a decent rate. You can book ahead of time. Number one, does it shock you that Heat Nation is already considering what the best matchup is in the next series? And hey, what the hell? In redrecover.com Inside the Paint, we favor the home team anyway. So, Kurt, does it surprise you, too? If the Heat had to play one of those two teams, what's the best matchup?
It doesn't surprise me. And by the way, you should be doing, like, I've had a conversation with ESPN's Brian Windhorst once about, he starts weeks before the playoff starts. He decides who these, name it, 6 contenders or whatever. I don't know what he did this year. 6 contenders, whatever. He books hotel rooms where he thinks he could have to be that far in advance, and then just cancels the ones he doesn't need, because you never know. And if you want to get into the good hotels, it's a challenge sometimes. That's an interesting question. I love that they're looking that far ahead, and I hadn't really thought about it. I still think I'd rather play the Knicks. Donovan Mitchell scares me. The Cavaliers' defense scares me. The Knicks are deeper, but I feel like the peak of the Cavaliers is higher than the peak of the Knicks. I just don't know if the Cavaliers are going to get there often enough to win the series.
No, I agree. I think it's almost like they say, it's almost like Knicks are good at Knicks. So I can totally get that point. So I might look there also. Two Extreme chimes back in, says no one's been more clutch than Jimmy Butler. Well, that means you watch a lot of Heat games, but there's a lot of other games out there also. C. Dalla tells us not to worry. Heat in 5. Kurt, I'm having trouble making predictions on the series. If Giannis is coming back, if the Heat are going to win tonight, but with all due respect to C. Dalla, chances in hell of the Heat winning this series in 5 games go.
No, if you're the road team, you probably win in 6, right? Like, that's the tradition.
Look at you.
If you're going to pull it, you pull it in 6, right? Because it's getting it in 5 means you're just dominated them. And I expect, like you said, I expect they bounce. Giannis or no Giannis, I expect they bounce back. Bucks.
Okay, Two Extreme goes, if Giannis plays hurt, even a hurt Giannis will outplay and out-hustle Bam and open the other Bucks players up. It's too much for the Heat to handle. I would agree. I would almost say that Giannis at 75% is better than 75% of the players in the NBA. Giannis at 50% is better than 50% of players in the NBA. I think he'll be on the floor. Kurt, I think you would agree. Just because, especially unlike a guard who is hurt and has to play through it and uses athleticism, Giannis still will be a 7-foot goaltender, even if not fully mobile. Would you agree with that?
Right. And his drives are physical and straight line. They're not necessarily shifty. I mean, he's got a Euro step. He's got, I don't want to say like he doesn't have any craft to his game, but it's more based on his athleticism and strength going forward than it is some sort of Chris Paul weaving his way through people kind of situation. That's not his game. So if his back is good enough to let him kind of drive like that and attack the rim and draw Bam and other defenders in, it still opens, like you said, it still opens everything up, and he's still he's going to be in the right spot. And like you said, he's 7 foot He's long. He's still going to be a problem defender.
Yeah, no, I agree. And by the way, Sean, we're going to go a little long on the segment because I owe it to the folks on the chat board. This also reminds me of last season when Joel Embiid couldn't play in the first 2 games of Heat Sixers in the East semifinals, and that completely turned that series. So you miss a little too much time, and all of a sudden things get a little bit desperate. Too extreme goes the Heat depend too much on Butler and luck. If a role player catches fire, you can't win a 7-game series against a team depending on luck. I don't know about luck, but let me ask you this, Kurt Heelan, because I'm sure you watched Sunday's game against the Bucks.
Yeah.
Can Jimmy Butler do it? Does it? Can 3, 5?
You broke up a little bit there on my end.
Do you see that as a possibility, Kurt?
I do think. Look, I do think Jimmy Butler having
Do you think that Jimmy Butler can do what he did Sunday? Do you think what Jimmy Butler did Sunday? Do you think he can do that 3, 4, 5 times in a series?
Yeah, because he's Jimmy Butler. He's done it 3, 4, 5 times in a series. I genuinely believe. Look, I believe in playoff Jimmy Butler. I believe that you just get the peak of him, the more focused version of him. It doesn't mean he doesn't have an off night, but I think you get the very best of Jimmy every night in the playoffs, as we saw back in the bubble and we've seen a million times before. So, yeah, he can absolutely do that again. He can, frankly, he could be a little bit better again. Jimmy's got playoff Jimmy Butler's a top 10 player in the league.
And then we get a little negativity from Jesse, who said, I wanted the lottery. I didn't get that. Folks, if you look at the lottery odds, 2 things, and then I'll break after this moment here. If you look at the lottery odds, the Heat were going to have a 0.5% chance of getting the number 1 pick and landing Wembanyama anyway. So that was going to happen. They would have had a 3% chance of moving to the top 4. And something very interesting happened here on Monday. The NBA held a draw for the numbers 18, 19, and 20 spots. The Heat, the Warriors, and the Clippers all finished 44-38. The Clippers had already moved their pick to the Rockets. They had a 3-team drawing in New York. There was an accounting firm there. They drew out of a basketball. The Heat wound up with 18. So for all the people who wanted the Heat to go to the lottery, the Heat are 4 spots further back. They would have been seated at number 14. They're seated at number 18. Kurt, you do a hell of a lot with the draft. You do mock drafts. You talk to your experts there at NBC Sports. You have all of that. Is 4 picks in the middle of the first round even that big of a deal? Isn't it most of the time the player you might want at 14, you very well might still get at 18?
Right. It depends on, I mean, most teams rank them out in tiers, but by the point you're getting to 14 or 18, you know what you want? You want a consistent guy, you're hoping to get a guy who in 3 years can be a consistent part of your rotation, who can be, hey, if you get a Gabe Vincent, Max Strus at 14 to 18, like somebody who's just there every night and it can,
right.
That's a win. And you can get that at 14, you can get that at 18. Sometimes there's guys that, hey, yeah, you can go through the lottery and say, hey, Giannis was 14 and Kawhi was down there somewhere. Those are the flukes. Most of the time, you're just trying to get a solid rotation player, and you can get them in either spot. You're not. I don't think you're necessarily missing out on some huge opportunity.
Exactly. So Jesse, enjoy the moment. The Heat won a drawing. It wasn't the lottery, but they won a drawing. They never win those drawings. They've never moved up in the process before. So enjoy the moment. Remember, even when they don't move up, they still wind up with a Dwayne Wade or a Bam Adebayo or a Tyler Herro. It has a way of working its way out. And that's what I wanted to say for our second segment, because I know we ran along here. I'm going to talk to Kurt. We're going to talk about the Tyler Herro injury, how it impacts the Heat, what possible answers might or might not be there. I will simply end this segment with the gruesome details of Tyler saying his fingers got pushed back into his palm and the fingers were sticking out of his palm. So now everyone go have a nice cup of coffee, enjoy your breakfast, and we'll be back with all those details on redrecover.com Inside the Paint.
You're listening to the redrecover.com Inside the Paint show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. RedRecover.com's wraps and pads are designed to deliver maximum benefits with each treatment, anywhere you go. Use the code Big O to get a 10% discount.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing a personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com.
Welcome to Red Light Therapy, a revolutionary technology perfected by NASA to aid in muscle strengthening and recovery. Red and infrared light has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Evolve your training and step into the new era of muscle recovery. Red Recover.
Welcome back to the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Use code BIG-O to receive 10% off your order. Here's Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan.
And we're back with our second segment of RedRecover.com Inside the Paint. I'm Ira Winderman from the South Florida Sun Sentinel here in Milwaukee, ahead of Game 2 of Heat Bucks. He's Kurt Heelan out in the Los Angeles area from Pro Basketball Talk and NBCSports.com. In our first segment, we spoke about Giannis Antetokounmpo, Game 2 of Heat Bucks, where this might be headed. We took your questions. That's all available on our Big O Show podcast outlets, so you can catch that anytime you want. Smash that like button there. I held off a little on the first segment on Tyler Herro because I wanted to give it its own segment. Kurt Heelan, let's just put into perspective the Miami Heat losing Tyler Herro. I'm going to get your outside spin first, then I'll give you my inside spin. How do you think it impacts the Heat tonight and in this series going forward?
I think it's from the outside, I just think it's a kind of a big blow just because he's been the second consistent shot creator on this team. And obviously when Jimmy was out, like the primary guy, he's a guy, can go get his shot, create for himself and others, is a scoring threat the other team has to be worried about in the same way as you described. They weren't worried about Gabe Vincent. They're not going to be worried about Kyle Lowry or whoever. So you're asking a lot more of your role players. I think it's a huge loss and can be a real problem schematically, because I don't know if can Eric Spoelstra say, all right, now you're the number 2 shot creator, I can trust you every night? Like, who's that guy?
Yeah, and that's the thing, and that's actually a question I'm going to get to. I did love how Tyler said he will be back for the NBA Finals, though, so that's good. So that after the Heat get past the Bucks, and then after the Heat defeat the Cavaliers or the Knicks, and then probably after they defeat Boston, at least you know the Heat will be whole when they move on to the NBA Finals. So by June 1st, when the Finals are scheduled to start, Tyler Herro will be back. If not, we'll catch him in some pickup on South Beach somewhere, but that's the timing right now. And that's the question I wanted to get to Kurt Heelan and our listeners out there on our YouTube chat board, and that's this. Let's look at the situation for the Miami Heat without Tyler Herro right now. Kurt Heelan, 8 seconds, give me an extra second, 9 seconds left to go in a game. The Heat down, let's keep it reasonable, down 1 or 2, okay? The opposition double teams Jimmy Butler, as they should.
Yeah.
Who do you want to see with the ball for the Miami Heat?
Ooh. That's a really good question.
Because, yeah, it really is. I've been asking a lot of people. Because no one has a quick answer. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's not Bam. He's just not. He doesn't create for himself that way, unless there's a for whatever reason, a horrible mismatch and somebody he can just kind of float her over. Do I trust Kyle most in that situation just because of his experience? I guess. I mean, of all of them, he's the guy I think would make a good decision, probably, even if he's a step slow.
It's just really interesting how you're hemming and hawing. I asked all the media at Heat practice yesterday. I was asking some of the people around the team. Some people said Bam because they felt he could hit that mid-range jumper a little bit, although against the Buck length, one, it's hard. Two, it's always hard to get the ball to a big man because you're not inbounding directly to him. So that requires the second pass. Some people, like Kurt said, yeah, I probably would go with Kyle. He's been there. He did it in the 2019 NBA Finals alongside Kawhi Leonard. But what this really shows, Kurt Helin, is the minimal amount of shot creation that this team has on its roster. Max Strus shooter, Gabe Vincent shooter, Duncan Robinson shooter, Caleb Martin shooter. That's about all their wings. Haywood Highsmith shooter. Most of the guys on the Miami Heat, you do not want putting the ball on the floor because bad things will happen. They're a perimeter-oriented team. They shoot threes. They don't always make threes, but that's who they are. That's why I think this is devastating. Yesterday during practice, Eric Spoelstra was very curt. He typically can be that way in the playoffs. The game mean the most. He doesn't want to get involved. He has tunnel vision. I also think he realizes, as screwed as the Bucks might be with an ailing Giannis Antetokounmpo, he has no answers. He has no plan B. And that's where I wanted to get to on this segment here about Tyler Herro. And again, I know, Kurt, I'm a little more inside on this team, but I want to float some things with you. Is the who starts in place of Tyler Herro question. And the second half in Milwaukee on Sunday, here in Milwaukee, they started Duncan Robinson. I think that was a case of literally Eric Spoelstra going into the locker room for halftime, getting hit by the thunderbolt that Tyler Herro's fingers are now in the middle of his palm, and we have to do something else, and then having to make a decision, go ahead, Duncan, you just go and play. So I want to float by you and by our listeners out there some scenarios and just sort of get your thoughts. Number one, I guess, is the obvious. Try to go with shooting, try to space the floor, try to open the paint for Jimmy and Bam, go with Duncan Robinson. Your thoughts on that, Kurt Helin?
That makes sense to a degree. You can't have too much shooting on the floor. Is Duncan Robinson hitting his shots today? If so, that doesn't work.
Yeah, I think here's the other problem with that, though. Remember who's already in the lineup, Kurt Helin, and that's Max Strus. Can you start Max Strus and Duncan Robinson defensively against the Milwaukee Bucks with or without Giannis Antetokounmpo and survive? And I guess you could say that, let's say Giannis plays. You put Bam on Giannis, and you put Jimmy on Chris Middleton, and you put Gabe on Drew Holiday. You might say you could hide one of your guys. Max opened defending Brook Lopez the other night, so maybe you could do something like that. And then you could always hide Duncan on Grayson Allen. I guess you could pull that off, but man, that is not the defensive type of lineup that Pat Riley likes to go with. Here's one that I threw out there and I think is possible. Kevin Love. Have him start, have him guard Brook Lopez, still get some shooting, not going to get the defense, but at least have some size out there.
And you get rebounding.
Yes.
And you get a Kevin Love outside of the shooting and the occasional drawn charge is he still isn't he's not the rebounder he was, and he's still very, very good at it. And so you bring a definitive, useful skill against that makes a lot of sense just because you're already going against a team that is long, athletic. Their guards, Drew Holiday, are good rebounders for the position. So you much like Jimmy. So you need that makes a lot of sense. That'd be an interesting one. Plus, like you said, you can hide him to a degree on Brook Lopez. Brook isn't. Brook Lopez. Remember when Brook Lopez came into the league as an offensive player?
He would never leave the paint. He couldn't leave the paint.
Yeah, but he also was a guy he was the better offensive of the two. Like he wasn't a future defensive player of the year.
And he wasn't a three-point shooter. He just started stepping out in Brooklyn all of a sudden, and that game came. Option number 3, Caleb Martin. Get another defender in there. Ease the defensive burden on Jimmy and on Gabe because you could play him on Middleton or play him on Drew Holiday. Plus, he started most of the year alongside Bam Adebayo until Kevin Love was signed on February 20th.
That seems like where he might go. Just thinking about it, that seems like the most Eric Spoelstra of the three. But again, it comes back to the thing we said about Duncan, which is that's great, and he brings some defense. He better hit some shots. He's got to knock down shots and knock down his opportunities. Or if he's a guy you can suddenly help off of, you're in real. You create more problems for Jimmy and everybody else.
Number 4. How about Kyle Lowry, who's moving up in his minutes, starting? Gabe Vincent going to the 2. They played together. Gives you a feisty guy. The one thing about Kyle is he can guard up. He can guard Middleton. He can guard Holiday if he has to. He has that thick body. And say, hell, we gave this guy $30 million a year almost. Let's just do it. Let's just ride it. Let's do the opposite of last year's playoffs when he was the one who went out and Gabe had to come in. What about that possibility of Kyle Lowry, who is a career starter?
Yeah, and a guy who's been in those moments before. Again, like we said, the reason I said maybe you go with him in the clutch is that he knows the pressure of the playoffs. He understands the moments. So maybe he's a guy who can rise up to that spot. Is this going to be a situation? I'm really curious from your end. Because it comes back to Monty Williams in the first game against the Clippers where he played 11 guys desperately looking for the fifth Beatle on that roster. Like, is that something Spoelstra would do in this situation? Where
I don't think so.
Eric cycling through guys to find somebody?
Eric is very stubborn. Eric is, this is my idea, and we're going to make it work. He's a disciple of Pat Riley, who when someone couldn't do something, Pat's answer was always, well, then just do it better. John Starks, you missed 9 straight shots against the Rockets. Make the 10th one. Just do it better. And the other guy's an outside-the-box guy, a fifth guy throwing here, Haywood Highsmith. He can defend. He can hit some threes. He keeps your rotation intact. We've seen Eric Spoelstra do this before. Take someone out of the deep freeze in sort of a Luke Babbitt-esque role for the Heat people who've been around here. A guy who plays the first 4 minutes of each half and disappears. Maybe someone like that, a little out of the box, just to keep the rest of your rotation together.
And anything you can do that throws a curveball at Mike Budenholzer, the other coach, and makes them second guess a little bit, makes them think is a good thing. Anything you can do to keep the other coaching staff off balance is a good move. So.
Now, I took you to this point on purpose, Kurt, and I gave you 5 other options. And I didn't mention one name out there. And I know you're on the spot. I know it's 6 in the frickin' morning out there in LA. What player didn't I mention?
Oh, why?
And I know Heat Nation, you know this, but we like to play Torment the Chef every Wednesday here at RecoverCover.com inside the paint.
And suddenly, I'm like, now I got to pull up a roster because I feel like I'm just skipping somebody really obvious.
A former Indiana Pacer, a former Houston Rocket.
Oh, Victor Oladipo?
And here's the deal. Victor Oladipo should have been the natural number 1 choice. He's on your roster. He's a former all-star shooting guard. Last year's playoffs, he was a defensive whiz. And yet, and Heat Nation know this, I get the feeling that Eric Spoelstra doesn't want to go to that herky-jerky, sort of try to do it all, error-prone kind of player. And I wrote this in my Ask Ira at sunsentinel.com. I think if Eric Spoelstra could sit down with Victor Oladipo and say, you were great on defense in last year's playoffs. We don't need another star. We need a complementary player for Jimmy and for Bam to do their thing. Can you be that player? And I'm not so sure the way that he's wired that Victor Oladipo can be that. But I want to ask you this, Kurt Halen, as an outside perspective, as someone who I just threw the name to, wouldn't that be the logical name to throw in there? And what's your thoughts, since you're a little bit distanced from this, about Victor Oladipo as the possible Tyler Herro savior?
I would give him a shot. I don't think I'd start him because I'd have that conversation, and then I'd give him some run, middle of the first quarter, whatever it is. Bring him in off the bench and see if, like you said, he can. Is he willing to play that role? Is he willing? Right. Some guys are willing to do that. Some guys are incapable of playing a different way and accepting, the way Kevin Love has evolved his role, right? Like he went
good point. That's a very good point.
Not everybody can do that, and maybe Victor's not one of those guys. But I don't know. See, I am a little bit of at this point, we're going to throw a bunch of stuff against the wall and see what sticks.
And maybe you're right with what Ty Lue did. What Ty Lue did is maybe you're up 1-0 in a series. I don't think you have a game to play with because these are the frickin' Milwaukee Bucks. but you still can come home 1-1 and maybe have a better idea going forward this postseason of how it plays out. So I want to end our Tyler Herro segment on this. Tyler Herro's season started, averaged 20-plus points, got to be a full-time starter for the first time in the NBA. Tyler Herro, as of July 1, fully tradable, no poison pill in his deal. Kurt Helin, if you were going to your Kurt Helin sort of, crystal ball there at NBCSports.com and Pro Basketball Talk, percentage chance of Tyler Herro being back with the Heat or being traded in the offseason? Just your general thoughts.
I think it's 85% chance he's back. I think he becomes part of a trade if something comes available and you're making a big swing for, I don't know, player X who comes available.
Well, I'm going to interrupt you there and be rude because I get to host the show. So I'm going to give you a player X. Would you trade Tyler Herro for Bradley Beal?
Now you're all in on right now, right? Like
I just asked the damn question, so give me a goddamn answer.
Yeah. I wouldn't. But I'm down on Beal. See, the thing, if you're high on Beal, if you think Beal has a couple of years at a high level left, then you've got to go for it. I'm, after watching him this year and watching the injuries over the last couple of years, I'm down on Bradley Beal having like an all NBA season still in him.
Would you trade Tyler Herro for Damian Lillard?
Yes. Damian Lillard.
Absolutely. Even with the age, even giving up about 10 years.
Yeah. But your win now just went way up. Damian Lillard, I think sometimes on the East Coast, I don't know how much you got to see of him hidden away up in Portland. He is a borderline first team all NBA level player. He was a top 10 player in the league this year, and he carried a ugly roster as far as one could. I'd do it in a heartbeat because for the next 2 years, you got a real chance.
Yeah. So, and again, because Tyler's in that $30 million sweet spot, that's why I'm mentioning him as a possibility. We shall see. It looks like his season's over unless we see him in the NBA Finals. And we'll have plenty of RedRecover.com inside the paints between now and then to get to that possibility. After this break, I want to go around the league with Kurt because Kurt is a national basketball expert as well as a chef. And I want to ask him about the Draymond Green suspension, about the other playoff series, where they're headed, and get an NBA perspective. So we'll have all that and more. Hopefully get a chance to get back to the chat board on our RedRecover.com Inside the Paint.
You're listening to the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Helin. RedRecover.com's wraps and pads are designed to deliver maximum benefits with each treatment, anywhere you go. Use the code Big O to get a 10% discount.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at Caneswear.com or InnerMiamiWear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
Red Recover now offers a simple-to-use, professional-grade light therapy device designed to help your dog heal and live a healthier life. Red Recover emits red and infrared light therapy based on the same science that NASA developed, all in a soft, flexible housing pad powered by a convenient, rechargeable lithium-ion battery. Say yes to science and give your dog the care it deserves with Red Recover.
Welcome back to the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint program with Ira Winterman and Kurt Heelan. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Use code Big O to receive 10% off your order. Here's Ira Winterman and Kurt Heelan.
And we're back with our third segment on RedRecover.com Inside the Paint, our weekly 9 a.m. Eastern show. I'm Ira Winterman from the South Florida Sun-Sentinel here in Milwaukee, covering Miami Heat, Milwaukee Bucks for the South Florida Sun-Sentinel. He's Kurt Heelan at the ass crack of dawn out there in the LA area from Pro Basketball Talk and NBCSports.com. He'll also be cooking breakfast for us after the show, so that's why we've stationed him there. So, you know what? If the quiche is ready, we'll be there, Kurt. If you missed our first two segments, in the first segment, we took a look at the Heat-Bucks situation, Giannis's injury situation. In our second segment, we looked at Tyler Herro's injury, being out for probably the rest of the playoffs unless the Heat go to the finals. You can catch those two segments on all of our Big O Show podcast outlets. While you're scrolling through, please smash that like button. Also visit our sponsor, RedRecover.com. Kurt, in this third segment, for the time we have left, I want to go around the NBA a little bit. There's some playoff games. There's some playoff issues. Draymond Green. Let's do this in two parts. Draymond Green, when you saw the incident live, when you saw the immediate replays of the incident, what was your take on that as to what happened and what the sanctions should be?
Yeah, my first thought was he had to get ejected. Like it wasn't that he just kind of accidentally stepped on Sabonis's chest and tried not to put weight on him. We used him as a trampoline, man. Just jumped off of him, basically. He had to get ejected. And when he did, I was thinking at the time, like, this is Draymond. And plus he's out there now then playing like WWE heel, like just waving on the crowd out there. I was wondering, like, is he going to get suspended? Like, I thought that this was one of those ones that the league, if it wasn't Draymond Green, if I don't know, if Jimmy Butler had done this, who has some history but doesn't necessarily have that kind of history, I don't know that it would have been a suspension. And they basically said in the press release last night that his past actions weighed into this decision. Wow, man. I kind of thought he might be in trouble. It's a huge move because it changes that series, Ira.
From the moment it happened, I said suspension. And I'm sort of shocked that there are people on the web where there's Chris Mannix and other people who are seeing this as outrage and unfair in the middle of a play. Look, two things. I was looking forward to this Golden State-Sacramento series from the start. I was watching game one here when I came back after the Heat game in my hotel room. Actually, when I arrived in Milwaukee on Saturday. And I thought the sound was broken on my TV, how poorly modulated it was when Mark Jones and Doris Burke were trying to do the game, until I realized how incredibly loud those fans in Sacramento were. I even from a television perspective, I don't think I've ever witnessed anything on the opening round NBA playoff level like that. I thought it was wonderful. I thought the game was great theater. I thought game two was great theater in its own right. So I understand the outrage of people who want to see great theater in games 3 and 4 and see more games. I get that, Kurt Heelan. But what he did was preposterous.
Yeah.
All the time guys get the little leg tug or something. Again, Domantas Sabonis might have been just covering his chest because he was prone, might have grabbed a little. Happens all the time. You see it all the time behind the play. Usually the referee is in advance of that. What goes on behind the scenes, no one notices. But this was so acute. This was so predetermined. This was so done, what we hear with flagrant fouls 1 and 2, with intent, if not intent to injure. Oh, I'm very impressed because I got the morning Diet Coke also.
Yeah, there we go. I can't shake this stupid cough. And I'm like, no,
feel free. You know what? I literally, just to show how early it is everywhere, I have the Diet Coke on one side, I have the coffee on the other. So I'm totally with you, my friend. Anyway, getting back to Draymond, I just thought because of the intent to injure, I think he was trying to injure Domantas Sabonis on that play, that I think it was automatic and not a factor, which leads me to sort of part two. Eventually, Draymond hits free agency. Does Draymond Green, for his uniqueness to the Golden State Warriors, have any true outside value as a highly paid free agent?
I don't think that market is there for him like he thinks it is. But I will say this, when I said this to somebody in the league, like, Draymond is a perfect fit in their system, but he's not plug and play in the way that Kevin Durant's kind of a bad example. But frankly, if you're talking about trading Tyler Herro's kind of plug and play. He's going to be Tyler Herro wherever you go. Draymond isn't that guy. Draymond's got to be in kind of a specific situation to be as effective as he is
a non-scoring player, right?
Right. He's a great secondary passer, but then you've got to have somebody who's drawing the ball. He's very good as a defensive quarterback, as an undersized guy, but again, you've got to have the right defenders around him. There's a limited market for him, and the reaction from somebody, what this person in front office person was, it takes one owner. It takes one owner to fall in love. But it's Draymond Green, defensive player of the year, 4-time champion. We'll give up X for him. We will pay whatever for him as a culture setter. Somebody will do it. But I'm with you. I don't think it is wrong to say Draymond's a system guy. But the analogy I keep using is Joe Montana was a system guy, but Joe Montana was also really good in that system. Like, you had to have that. Certain quarterbacks fits, style.
Right. Kansas City Joe Montana wasn't the same player. No, he was very good, but he wasn't the same player. So I get that.
Right.
Here's my other question. We now know that the new collective bargaining agreement that goes into effect on June 1 is going to be very punitive toward high salary teams. We know that the Golden State Warriors apparently made a misstep with the contract of Jordan Poole, who has proven unplayable late in games. We know the Golden State Warriors, while they did win a championship with it, now have to sit with the very lofty salary of Andrew Wiggins. Those are on their books. Have the Golden State Warriors run out of patience from a Draymond Green who gets suspended at the absolutely worst possible time against the Cleveland Cavaliers in the NBA Finals, and now in a renewal series when the Warriors are supposed to make this great jump up from where they finished the regular season to coming into the playoffs and winning a championship anyway, and now being in a dire situation of no Draymond, down 0-2. From what you can see, body language-wise, from the show that goes on, as great a PR guy as Raymond Ritter is, he doesn't hide anything. It's all out there. The Warriors are very open about what they feel. Have the Golden State Warriors lost patience with Draymond Green? Or to phrase it a different way, Kurt Heel in a Pro Basketball Talk, should the Golden State Warriors lose patience with Draymond Green?
I think both sides have lost patience with each other. Look, the music was running last summer, and like you said, Poole got an extension, Wiggins got a massive extension, and the music stopped, and Draymond didn't have a chair. And Draymond noticed, everybody noticed. It has felt all season like this was the last run of this team. And I got a feeling that this makes them feel a little better if they decide to move on from him. Like that it's not going to sit well with Curry. There's going to be, and Clay, there's going to be reaction because he's seen as part of the core. But they made the decision last summer that they weren't going to bring him back. Like I mean, assuming he opts out, he technically has a player option at $26 million and change, whatever it is. But I think that they made that decision last year. I think they made the decision to move on, or he would, if he were still playing at the level where they couldn't afford to not have him, they would have re-upped.
It's interesting because the Warriors, through it all, and they're still a factor, have moved on from players over the years. They moved on from Harrison Barnes. They moved on from Kevin Durant. They briefly moved on from Andre Iguodala. They moved on from Zaza Pachulia. They moved on from Andrew Bogut. They moved on as long as they had Steph, as long as they had Clay, who are getting older and might not be the same players they were. But I'm just wondering if this is the latest. Simply, we move on. Our core is Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, and Steve Kerr. And we move on with that, and we find a way otherwise. So I think it's interesting. I think the suspension was warranted. Want to take you around the league with the playoff series. We'll be back here next Wednesday. Either I'll be back probably in the same hotel room for Game 5 of Heat Bucks, unless the Heat are going to sweep. And then I'll have some time off, but I'll still get up in the morning to talk to my good friend, Diet Coke Kurt Heelan. So let's go around the league real quick. Top seeds to bottom seeds, if I can get this all in the right order. Number 1 seed, Milwaukee Bucks against the Miami Heat. Knowing what you know about Tyler Herro, about Giannis Antetokounmpo, about the Heat's 1-0 lead. And again, Kurt, I know we're a local show, but give me the national perspective. How do you see this series ending?
I think it's still a 6 or 7 game series. It's only one game, so I'm still going to take the Bucks. I still think we see
Bucks in 6 or
Giannis
7
tonight.
sounds about right to
Yeah,
me.
but I think they're going to push it.
Boston Celtics, Atlanta Hawks.
Is it over yet? Is it not? Yeah.
Does Atlanta get one at home?
Yeah, they'll get the gentleman's sweep game. Yeah.
See, I don't know if that's a gentleman's sweep series for one reason. I honestly think at State Farm Arena, there is a chance there could be more Celtics fans than Hawks fans, especially in a 2-0 series. So I think in a way, Boston might be going home. I just think from the moment they hired Quinn Snyder, and now all this Trae Young stuff is coming out, and Trae Young knows where he stands with his team, and it's not in a really good place.
No.
Kurt Hieland, does Atlanta have anything left to fight for?
I don't think they've looked on the same page all season long. And that's why the GM is out. That's why the coach is out. This was a team that started shaking things up from the middle of the season on at the highest levels. And I think that'll reflect itself in the roster this summer. So I'm not sure there's a lot of fight in this team left. I'm with you. I'm not sure that I think they realize this is going to be a rough off season in Atlanta.
Kurt Hieland, our number 3-6 series, Philadelphia against the Brooklyn Nets. The scrappy, gamey, but maybe not talented enough Brooklyn Nets. Where do you see that?
Yeah, exactly that. They fought hard. They play hard. They'll get one at home, but the 3 best players in the series, 4 best players belong to Philadelphia.
Yeah, Mikal Bridges, for all he did during the regular season, hasn't quite been the same player. No. Cam Johnson had his moments in Game 2, and that probably was his moment for the series. We still have not seen the best of James Harden in that series. We saw the best of Tyrese Maxey. So, yeah, I think that has about a 5-game look.
Yeah,
just gentleman sweep there, because I think Brooklyn actually has some fans. They'll come to boo James Harden. There'll be a little bit of fun there. And who knows? Joel Embiid gets hurt because, he's Joel Embiid. And then the Knicks-Cavaliers series tied 1 in 2 completely different-looking games. The Knicks barely won Game 1. The Cavs dominated in Game 2, but the Knicks got the road victory they wanted. Where's that headed?
6 or 7 games. I think this is a long one, and I think it's
6 or 7 games.
I'll stick with the Cavs in 7. That was my original pick, but I'm not totally comfortable with that. I'll stick with it because I still think they have the best player in the series, but.
To me, it comes down to Julius Randle. To me, it comes down to which Julius Randle can you get consistently. He can be very, very good or very, very not good. And I think Julius Randle is going to be the swing player. He was injured late in the game last night. Why the hell he was in the game that late? I understand it's a Thibodeau thing. Tibbs came out after the game and said Julius wanted to stay in there. I don't give a rat's butt what your player wants. It's the playoffs. You've got to keep him healthy. You take your medicine. You got your road win. You get him the hell out of the game. But that's been the Tibbs way over the years. So you just deal with it. Western Conference, Denver Nuggets against, and oh my God, that was awful, Minnesota Timberwolves.
Yeah, that's because the Minnesota Timberwolves are goddamn awful. So
it's crazy that team with that dysfunctionality is almost in the playoffs. And on the other hand, I still think that's a better team if you just have Towns and Anthony Edwards and don't have Gobert. But you also gave up 9,000 first-round draft choices. How does anyone keep their job after a trade like that, Kurt Hieland?
Because I think ownership helped push for that one. The new owners came in wanting a big splash move, and Rudy Gobert is a defensive player of the year. But you know what job number 1 of being a GM is? Talking your owner out of stupid.
Yes. Even if his name is A-Rod. I agree with that.
Yes.
Memphis Grizzlies down 0-1 to the Lakers. John Morant, not going to be the same player even if he does come back. How do you see that? You're out in LA.
Yeah, I'll be at that over the weekend and into next week. If Morant plays, I still think the Grizzlies can take this. I thought this was a 7-game toss-up series in the first place, but if he's as limited or missing the games, the only way they win this series is they run the Lakers' old legs into the ground, and if they don't have Ja, they are not the same team in transition.
And there's so many days off between games that you're not running an old team into the ground.
That's the problem.
Round. In the second round, when it's every other day and moving forward, it's a little bit different. Now
this is the delayed series. They played Saturday or Sunday, Wednesday, Saturday.
So they get the time off. You have two-day breaks in there also, so I totally get that. I think this is a Lakers series for another reason. I think Austin Reeves is better than John Morant at the moment, health-wise, where they stand. And if you have that, I think the Lakers are very well positioned. And we're going to be hearing a lot more Lakers, I think, throughout this postseason. The number 3-6 we touched on when we spoke about Draymond, but let's give the Kings their due. We spoke about De'Aaron Fox being named Clutch Player of the Year yesterday over Jimmy Butler, who finished second. There's a part of us, I think, Kurt, you would agree, that says they're still the Warriors. In Steph and in Clay at home, we trust. To me, this entire series comes down to this. Can the Kings get one of two at the Chase Center? If they do, they go home with confidence. If they don't, I think they're saying to themselves, oh my God, this is going 7. How do you see that series playing out with the Kings up 2-0?
I think they do get one of those two, and it's partially based on the Draymond thing and partially based on talk about a team that was relentless and running old legs down. They were who was the faster push the pace team, and they were. I'm curious to see though. They were fearless. They kept having answers when Steph tried to take over at the start of the fourth quarter of that last game, and they went, "Yeah, okay, fine, we'll answer you."
Right, because we got
do that on the road. Do it on the road.
We have De'Aaron, yes, and I agree with that. Last series, we're running late up against the break here. Clippers Suns. We saw an interesting game last night. This looks like it's going a long distance. Your thoughts?
It is. I think this goes again 6 or 7. I took the Suns. I'll stick with it. But Kawhi Leonard, when he's playing like this, is the one guy, maybe one of 3-4 guys on the planet who can be better than Kevin Durant over a course of 7 games.
I think that's going to be a fascinating series. I agree. One thing we know is we'll be back here next Wednesday, 9 a.m. on RedRecover.com Inside the Paint. We'll have a much better sense of the playoffs. We'll know if the Heat swept the Bucks or they're back here for a Game 5 in Milwaukee. We'll have all that for you. But for now, he's Kurt Hillen from Pro Basketball Talk, NBCSports.com. I'm Ira Winderman from the South Florida Sun-Sentinel. This has been RedRecover.com Inside the Paint as the Big O Show rolls on.
You've been listening to the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Hillen. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Use code BIG-O to get a 10% discount. The RedRecover.com Inside the Paint Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley. Please search Big O Radio Show on most platforms. Subscribe and smash the like button.
For over 16 years, EJDConstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDConstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDConstruction.com.
Welton Rayom has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welton Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rayom can help. Call 954-966-4646. Statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Hey, good morning, boys and girls. Welcome to the show and the platform powered and mastered by the man, the myth, the legend that is Sean Stanley. Yes. Got some guests for you. Obviously, just enjoyed an hour of hardcore Miami Heat and NBA talk with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan, our Red Recover Inside the Paint show. And remember the Red Recover hats. So if you're looking to grow your hair, this could possibly help you grow your hair back like it's helping me grow my hair back, as I've shown you many examples before and after. My hair actually, it's actually not just the natural yarmulke that develops for a lot of us guys, but everywhere else is actually filled in really well. So it could help the ladies too. My wife's been using it too, just to kind of, make her hair a little bit more fuller. And when you go on to redrecover.com, by the way, you'll see the doggy wraps there. So if you have a dog, a big dog, a small dog, we have all kinds. And we have the small wraps or the bigger wraps for our dogs because they're hips and all of that. So and their wraps are now being sold on Chewy, which is really, really cool. Because it's a great product, man. Red light therapy is the real deal, man. It really is. So check it out. Go to redrecover.com. Use our code Big O. You will get 10% off there, as always. Oh, the hats, by the way, you won't see it on the website. Go to the contact us part and send them an email and tell them that I said, I talked about the hat, and they'll get you the hat if you're interested in the hat, or maybe you want to, give it as a present to somebody that is starting to lose their hair and they're a little concerned about it and those kind of things. So all kinds of stuff. All right, we've got what else do we have? Omar Kelly normally on Wednesdays, but we got Chris Greer today at noon. So we're going to get Omar tomorrow and get his reaction to everything. I mean, let's be honest. Chris Greer is not going to say anything today. Nobody ever says anything on draft press conferences, but I'd rather get him tomorrow because, the press conference is at 12. He's got to do his job. He's got to post a story, all that stuff. So it's right around the same time. So we'll push him to tomorrow. Andy Behrens was supposed to be on Monday. Will be on today at noon. So he will join us and we'll have some fun with Andy at noon. Matt Verderam will stop by at 11:30. We got a bunch of NFL questions for him going on. I see Dola was first on the chat board there. Is it? Let me see. I gotta look at the live one because the live one is the one that gives it to you. Yep, C Dola was number one in the house, and then Brian Walters is in, and Steve Chapman, and To Extreme, Jamie Zoria. Don't forget to smash the hell out of that like button. Kurt the Chef Healing. Yes, he's in the kitchen, baby. He's working it. Daniel Lazary, To Extreme. Here's how in the hell does D Fox win Clutch Player of the Year over Jimmy Clutch Butler? No, the Kings won their first playoff game in 20 years, but still. You know what it is, To Extreme? The Kings are sexy and our boys are not. That's all. And Jimmy Butler's play is not sexy. It's not what today's player is supposed to look like. Jimmy Butler looks like a 90s player playing in 2020s. And so maybe that's part of it. And so we appreciate it because it's our team that we watch. It's our favorite team. Well, some of us that are watching in the Miami Heat. And so Butler, we appreciate it because we watch it every night and we know they would be lost without him. But everywhere else around the league, that's not how your elite player is supposed to play. It's supposed to be a little bit more three-pointish, more explosive offensively, and not so lunch pail-like. And that's probably why. Okay. And then the other thing is the novelty of the Kings making it. It's a great story and all that kind of stuff. And so sexy, man. Our team is not sexy. It's not the kind of basketball that people want to watch. Let's just put it that way. You know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying? So that's kind of the deal there. Let's see. What else do we have going on throughout the chat? They don't have enough assets to trade for anything, Strafasi. I'm with you there. That's all like smoke and mirrors, you know, for the off-season bullshit that they'll go through. What else do we have? Dougie Fresh says, Big O, if someone wanted to do something really idiotic to further piss off Disney's Robert Iger, should they A, open up a prison, or B, a competing theme park next to Disney World? It's crazy, man. Let's see. Those afternoon shows take forever to get here. We need that Big O morning fix. Thank you to a fan, to a time. I appreciate it, man. Emilio Dimelo. Good morning, O. Sean in chat room. I like it. NorCal is in the house. Terry Lynch. So appreciate all of you out there tuning in and supporting us as always. Very nice. You know, there's an interesting dynamic in town, and I have no information on this, no inside information on this. Apparently, a lot of you have inside information on this. Apparently, some of my friends have inside information on this, but I don't. Okay. John Ruiz is I has there ever been anybody in sports that is not an athlete but is involved in local sports and is more of a lightning rod than John Ruiz? And I've never seen anyone, at least doing this stuff, that more people want to see him fail or are in the process of predicting his failure. You know what I mean? Like, apparently a lot of people know about John Ruiz and know about his business dealings. And so, I know that his company's been losing a lot of value in the stock. Apparently they could not get their financial numbers together and all that. And it's interesting that every time there's some kind of little story with John Ruiz, my DMs, my texts just get loaded with people. And so I've never seen this. Like, I actually root for the guy. You know why? Because all I see him doing is helping people with his money. So, you know what I mean? Not helping me. I'm not making any money from this or anything. You know what I mean? But I'm watching other people, other kids, and they're learning and they're learning about business, and they're learning about making money, and they're probably going to learn how to file their taxes, and they're probably learning how to write checks, and they're probably learning how to balance, their bank accounts, because a lot of kids don't know how to do any of that kind of stuff. It's really interesting. You know what I mean? We coddle our kids so badly that by the time they get to their early 20s and they start actually working, they don't even know what a check is and what the taxes stand for and opening a bank account and all these kind of things that they've never done before because we've coddled their asses all the way through. You know what I mean? People are raised differently. Like, anybody that's my age in their 50s to 60s and 80s and 90s and all that, people that are older, you usually grew up with parents that taught you the value of money, probably made you work at an early age. You know what I'm saying? And like, I was a spoiled kid, but throughout being spoiled, my dad always made me work, always. And like, he would spoil me, and he'd buy me a car and he'd get me clothes. But then if I wanted to go to a concert or if I wanted to take out my girlfriend, he wouldn't give me any money for that. He'd tell me, no. That stuff is what you've got to work for. That kind of shit. And so you either had parents that made you work for everything, or they showed you the value of money one way or the other. You know what I mean? I don't think we do that nowadays on average for a lot of our kids. And so it's interesting how every time there's some kind of a negative story with Ruiz, my God, my DMs are loaded. Loaded. Well, you see, I told you. Like this morning, I had to answer a couple more. I had to answer like 10 of them last night. You know, it was like it becomes overwhelming, actually. Okay. And apparently, everybody that contacts me, they all know John Ruiz. They all either worked with John Ruiz, they know somebody that knows John Ruiz. And, it's just one of those things that it's amazing to me. It really is. I've never seen a person who motivates more people to come out of the woodwork for hate and bias and bury him. And maybe they're right. I have no idea. And maybe they're wrong. I have no idea. But I've never seen this for any other person out there. And I don't know if it's people that really know him. I don't know if it's FSU or Gator fans that are, I don't know, jealous of what. I have no idea, but whatever. Or is it, just bullcrap that because he is so vocal and so out there that maybe he pisses people off. You know what I mean? Because he doesn't take any shit on social media and he'll go after you if you're going after him. So I mean, I can't say anything bad about the guy. I can only say good things about the guy. He's only treated me, nice. All his people, Diana Diaz, everybody that works with him and everything, they've all been really nice to me. But I've never really witnessed so much negativity towards one individual tied to sports that really isn't a player. Okay. All right. Now, I get it when a player is polarizing himself. Okay, that's understandable. We've seen all kinds of polarizing players, right? From a Tebow to a Tua to an Antonio Brown to, whatever, Deshaun Watson, whatever, all different kinds of polarizations, right? But polarizing in itself. Wow. It is truly amazing to me, and after this conversation here that I just had, I guarantee you I can look at the chat and I'm sure there'll be stuff there. I'm going to look at, my email today, my DMs, and I heard you talk about John Ruiz. Let me tell you, that guy's dirty. That guy's no good. I rarely get people to actually defend him. Ever. Like, I rarely ever get people that just want to, this is just raw. No. It's just to bury the guy. It's amazing, man. Really is. And again, I know nothing, bad about the guy whatsoever. So I can't say a damn thing about it. But wow, dude, there's a lot of smoke and a lot of fire by a lot of you out there. That is some crazy stuff, dude. Crazy stuff. Frankie Fresco, thank you for the love on the super chat. Frankie Fresco says AEW Wednesday, the TNT champion powerhouse Hobbs or Wardlow. Also, next week, we got WWE Draft on Squared Circle Digest. Tune in. Yeah. You guys got a WWE Draft you're doing? Okay. All right. So, Hobbs and Wardlow. What do you got for me?
We're doing a mock draft. The draft is, I believe, the same week as the NFL draft, the 28th and the 1st. They're doing the draft.
But you're doing what, a mock wrestling draft?
Yeah, we're doing the mock wrestling draft. I'm SmackDown and Frankie Fresco's Raw, and we're going to draft our teams. We're drafting our shows next Tuesday.
Is this like all time or like current fighters only?
Oh, current. You take the current roster because they're dividing them up between SmackDown and Raw, which is Fox and Universal NBC. So we're doing that, and we're gonna have fun with it next Tuesday.
Okay. All right. There you go. Nothing wrong with that then. So Hobbs and Wardlow. Well, I got to tell you something. I really enjoy the Fast and Furious franchise. And so one of them is Hobbs and whatever the hell it is, right? And so I figure, you know what? I'm going to lean to Hobbs over Wardlow here. What the hell? Since I am a Fast and Furious guy, I think Hobbs is going to make some Fast and Furious work on Wardlow here on AEW Wednesday. So I think he's got the power of Fast and Furious. So I'm going to go with Hobbs over Wardlow. What do you got about that there, Sean? Wow, I've never gotten this. I didn't get a thumbs up. I didn't get a thumbs down. I kind of got like this, a waffling.
The problem is they can go so many ways with this match. I don't know. I believe you're right. I believe Hobbs wins it. I just don't think it's going to be a pinfall or anything like that. I think they just continue the feud going. I don't think Wardlow
Fast
wins
and
the title.
Furious 11. Hobbs over Wardlow.
Hobbs and Shaw was the
right. Hobbs and Shaw. That's it. Hobbs and Shaw. So there you go. So Hobbs wins today with the power of the Fast and the Furious. That's my breakdown right there, Frankie. Thank you. What else do we have going on? Pat in Asheville says, I kid you not, I just caught a 30-year-old neighbor of my mom who stole one of their checks and put the amount in pay to line and their name in 4 line. Oh, that is awesome. That is awesome. Let's see. I've been working since I was 12, pushing lawnmowers, washing cars, got my first tax-paying job at 14, bagging groceries at Sweet Bay Cash and Carry. Me too. But I don't think I wasn't getting taxed till later on, till like 16 or 17 when I think it was called like a work permit, right? I think it was something like that. Before that, it was all cash under the table when I was a kid. Oh, wait a minute. No, how did the Miami News pay me? Wow. I forgot about that. I don't even remember now how I got paid with the Miami News. I used to sell papers under the highways and stuff like that, right at the lights. Used to take me over to the corners, and then you'd have a stack of papers, and then you'd sell them. I don't even remember. Did he just give me money right that day after we collected? Wow, I don't even remember now how I got paid in the Miami News. Wow. Oh well. Anyway. So, excuse my ignorance, but what has Ruiz done to get all the hate? I don't know, Ray. I don't know. That's my point of the whole thing. Like, it's amazing to me. I get no love for the guy from people, but I just get hate from all kinds of people. It's really amazing, dude. Like, it's like people are dying to predict his failure. It's just it's a strange dynamic, you know? Rumor is that John Ruiz once shot a man for snoring too loud. Well, you know what? If you snore too loud, you kind of deserve it, you know? Snoring loud is really a pain in the ass. Jesus. When I was in high school, we actually had a class that showed us how to manage a bank account and write checks, keeping it balanced, etc. Well, they to a time they used to do that in math. Was a business math, I want to say, because dummies like me that didn't like anything with letters, algebra, and all that stuff. Like I wanted nothing to do with that. But I think I remember correctly in business math they did the whole check thing. Big O, in yesterday's Western conversation, did you like the movie Lightning Jack? That was a comedy Western. Lightning Jack. I'd have to look it up. I don't even... something about it sounds kind of familiar, but right now it just doesn't register completely. So I'd have to check it out to see if I even know what Lightning Jack is. I honestly feel Big O is an undercover wrestling fanatic. John Santos says, hey, I don't know John Ruiz. Maybe people are just jealous of what he does for the community. There has to be some jealousy involved in some of this. Has to be. As it listens, I'm making breakfast for myself, wondering what is Big O and Sean going go to breakfast of champions. I'm crushing fried eggs, toast, pork sausage to keep it healthy, avocado toasts. I'll let Sean answer my perfect breakfast every day. Go ahead, Sean. Tell him what my perfect breakfast every day is.
Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit.
That's it. That's it, bro. That's all. I mean, I love me some French toast, don't get me wrong. But you give me a Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit, and brother, I'm a happy camper every morning. Every single morning. How about you, Sean? What's your go-to breakfast?
4 egg whites with bacon crumbled up in it and toast.
Okay. There you go.
That's what I make every morning when I'm here. And then remote days, a little bit different, but that's my go-to.
Okay. Croquetas are a way of life, my brother. And if they're from Islas Canarias, I swear I can hear Jesus singing. They are good. Islas Canarias does a very good job. We go a lot to the one on off of 137th, and is it just before Coral Way? I want to say right around there. NorCal says, Emilio, I'm going bacon, eggs, hash brown, and a tall glass of OJ. Morning greatness. Hobbs should win, but Tony K will mess it up per usual. Knight has chicken sausage and egg white and a cup of scalding coffee. There you go. Big O empanadas from La Carreta. Have I checked out the new QB helmet? No, I haven't worn it yet. Jacob, when I go out to practice, once mini camps start and I go out to, throw with Tua and teach him a couple things and I try on the new helmet, I'll check it out. I'm looking forward to it. I want to see if I get concussed when I Farad it. Okay? If I Farad it and I don't get a concussion, then it's a pretty good helmet. Some younger people are like, Farad it? What does that mean? Some of you will pick up on what I mean by Farad it. Heat are back in action tonight. We're put on NBA TV at 9:00. The playoffs. The one thing that sucks about the playoffs is that I lose my Eric Reed, and that royally sucks ass. By the way, I just want you to know that. But anyway, Reed, we love you, brother. 9:00 tonight, NBA TV. The other games are on TNT. How come we got thrown over to NBA TV? Anyway. The over and under is 219.5. The Bucks are favored by 6.5. So Vegas clearly feels that Giannis is going to play. Now, if you don't think Giannis is going to play, don't you take the 6.5? I don't think that he get blown out by more than 6.5 without Giannis. I think Miami will be so motivated. Plus, Jimmy will see no Giannis. And, Jimmy's a dog, so he's going to go out there and bust his ass to try to win this thing and take a 2-0 lead because, if there's no Giannis, you got to take advantage of this. Now, Vegas with 6.5 must be thinking that Giannis is going to play. He's listed as doubtful. We'll find out. Bucks are minus 240 on the money line. Heat are plus 200. The part that sucks is that you can bet the Heat right now and take the 6.5, but you're not sure that Giannis is going to play. And if Giannis all of a sudden feels great by 9 o'clock or good enough to play, then all of a sudden that bet of yours doesn't look nearly as good. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, it is what it is. Boston defeated Atlanta last night, 119-106. Celtics have a 2-0 lead. Trae Young with that efficient game of his, 9 of 22. He needed 22 shots to get 24 points. That is not efficient. And he had 6 assists and 5 turnovers. Trae Young cannot be your franchise player. He's not good enough and certainly not efficient enough to be your franchise player. Cavs defeat the Knicks to even up the series, 107-90. It is 1-1 now. Darius Garland kicked some ass, went 6 of 10 from three-point range, had 32 points and 7 assists. Karis LeVert also had 24, 4 of 9 from three-point range. Suns, they defeat the Clippers to tie up that series at a game apiece, 123-109. Russell Westbrook, 28 points. Kawhi Leonard, 31 points, 8 rebounds, 7 assists. But Devin Booker had 38 and 9, and Kevin Durant, 25 points, 6 rebounds, and 5 assists. So that series is tied up at 1 game apiece. So that's what happened last night in the NBA. Besides the Heat game, the Heat game's at 9, and it's Heat Bucks. Lakers and Grizzlies are at 7:30, and the Grizz are in the middle of the country, and the Lakers are out on the West Coast. Which that's the game that should be on at 9. That way it's 8 o'clock in Milwaukee, and it's 9? It would be 7 in Los Angeles. Okay, because it's only a 2-hour difference. It's not that bad. You make the Lakers Grizzlies game at 7:30, and you put the Heat Bucks at 9. That's a bunch of bullshit, to be quite honest. But the TV controls it, and they do whatever the hell they want. Lakers are favored by 1 tonight against the Grizz. Over and under is 227.5. Lakers favored on the money line minus 115, and the Grizz are minus 105. 10 o'clock tonight if you stay up. T-Wolves and Nuggets. Denver favored by 8. Over and under is 223.5. T-Wolves plus 290. Nuggets minus 350. And then we've got playoff Okie tonight. Panthers trailing 1-0 in this series. Bruins are favored by 1.5 goals. The over and under is 6.5 goals. Panthers plus 205 on the money line, and the Bruins minus 245 on the money line. So don't really believe much in the Panthers, to be quite honest. And it's hard, man. The Bruins are so damn good, man. I'm hoping the Panthers can at least win a game, maybe even 2. I just don't see them winning this series. I don't have it. I'm just hoping that they can get a game or 2 out of these guys because, wow, Jesus, Boston is good. Very good. True Fin Fan says, who's watching Davis and Garcia Saturday? I'll be watching that for sure. Oh, actually, I won't be watching it. I'll be driving back from Orlando that night, so no, I will not. So no, I will be doing a little traveling on Saturday. Big O, the NBA is trying to help Giannis heal. No, it's not the NBA. Again, it's it's TV that controls all of that. That was already set for TV, so it has nothing to do with the NBA. TV is the one that says, well, we can maximize our audience this way. And that's what they're looking at. I can't answer it. I can't explain what they're doing, but it's all on TV, nothing with the NBA. Tua Time, thank you for the love on the super chat. He says, Big O, have you ever heard of the Pink Floyd cover band Brit Floyd? Yes, I've seen them a couple times live. I've watched also the Australian one, Brit Floyd, and what's the Australian one? Damn it. I've seen both, actually. They are amazing and coming to Florida at the end of May. I'm thinking of coming down for those shows. Check them out on YouTube. I've seen them already, so I'm good. I've watched them a couple times, and it's worth it. Now, to a time, I'll be honest, I wouldn't travel for it. Okay? Now, if you're coming down anyways to make it a vacation and you're seeing them also as, a side bonus while you're here, that's cool. Okay? But I've seen Brit Floyd, and then I'm trying to remember the Australian one. I can't freaking remember it. But I've watched both Pink Floyd bands, tribute bands, and they're excellent. But I've watched them when they come here to town, to my backyard. Not good enough to go travel for. That's the only thing. Big O, you coming to my town on Saturday? Cool. Yeah, I'm gonna go see Billy Idol. Actually, I know he was here last night, but I am going up to Orlando. I'm gonna go and watch him at the House of Blues. Much better experience to see Billy Idol at the House of Blues. Like I'll be right. I got early entry and all that, and so I'll be like literally right in front of the stage. The Hard Rock it's a beautiful venue, but it's a big ass venue. And I'm not going to be right close to the stage like I am at the House of Blues. So I'd rather go to the House of Blues and check it out. So there you go. So if anybody's going to the House of Blues on Saturday, send me a DM there on Twitter or on Instagram so we can have a beer and meet up. All right. What's the Big O show's plan for this year's draft? We are still trying to finalize a home for the draft, guys. It has not been fruitful at the moment. So we'll see. Panthers were leading in shots midway through the second period, not getting blown out by. No, they actually played if you watch them this year against the Bruins, they actually played well against the Bruins and even won a game or two. Did they win twice against the Bruins? Can you look it up for me, Sean? Did they beat them once or twice, or was it a shootout maybe? I forgot, but they actually played the Bruins well this year, if I'm correct. Tell me what the matchups were and what were the scores of those matchups, Sean. So, yeah, but I have to give the Bruins their respect, you know what I mean? And our Panthers haven't earned it. And that's the problem. I mean, the Bruins have been just absolutely dominant this year. So we'll see what happens tonight. And let me tell you, Lyon had some really nice saves in that game. What you got?
They were 2-1-1. The Bruins were 2-1-1
against the one, and right, exactly. Right. So what was it? What were the finals of those games?
Oh, that I don't have. I just went to an article that had
2-1.
Yeah, actually, they do break it down. October 17th at the TD Garden, Bruins won 5-3. Hold on, I got to go through the whole article. November 23rd at FLA Live Arena, the Panthers won 5-2.
Mm-hmm.
January 28th at FLA Live Arena, also the Panthers won in overtime, 4-3. And where's the other game? That's only 3, right?
Yeah.
Oh, December 19th in the TD Garden, Bruins won 7-3.
Okay. So Panthers did well against the Bruins this year. As great as the Bruins were this year. And again, the Panthers did not play a bad game on Sunday night. They played a good game on Sunday night. And one of the goals wasn't like, it was the first goal. I couldn't blame Lyon for that first goal. It's tough. I just, we'll see. See if the Cats can give them a game. And maybe even shock would be awesome. I think the Australian GP, but they sound exactly like Pink Floyd, and the sets are amazing for a cover band. Both of them are excellent. Brit Floyd and the Australian one, which again, I can't remember the damn name. But yeah, They are both exceptional. It's a great experience if you love Pink Floyd and you love the music of Pink Floyd. It's the what. Here's the other thing. I'm gonna let me. This is perfect timing. Actually, it's really good timing. The thing that helps the Australian and the Brit Floyd be so successful, and they sound like Pink Floyd, right? Obviously, but they also have all of the instruments going on. So it's not like two or three guys, you know, it's, I don't know, 10 people or something on stage. So you have a ton of people. Example, tonight, I am going to the Parker Playhouse. I am going to see Leonid and Friends. And if you know nothing about Leonid and Friends, they are a Russian group and they do all kinds of covers, all kinds of bands, Chicago, Shaka Khan, I mean, you name it, Earth, Wind, and Fire. They sound phenomenal. I mean, phenomenal. Go look it up on YouTube now. Leonid, Leonoid, and Friends. I think that's how it's spelled. Leonid and Friends. And just, listen to a couple songs and it'll blow you away. And then they sound great. The singers come close to sounding like some of the singers from the band. The Chicago one does really well. The guy that does the Philip Bailey voice for Earth, Wind, and Fire, he actually does a pretty good job. The girl that sings like Shaka Khan, she sounds a little like it. You know what I mean? You can kind of hear a little bit at times. You can kind of pick up on the Russian accents a little bit. But overall, they have, but the music is to a T. I mean, impeccable. And why? Because there's like 10 of them. So they fill the sound up perfectly. And that's one of the things that Brit Floyd does too. That when you go see Brit Floyd, there's like 10 of them on out there on the stage. So they get every single instrument that you hear in the CD, you will hear it on stage. So it gives you that perfect balance too. So it helps with the sound because that's always the hard part too, because sometimes you have more things going on in the production and the recording of an album, and then when you go live, there are going to be certain elements sometimes that are missing. You know what I'm saying? Well, when you go watch Brit Floyd, or if you go watch, like I'm going to watch tonight, Leonid and Friends, none of the elements in any of the songs will be missing. Why? Because they're going to have all of the talents playing it. But again, I would not make it as a thing that I would. I don't know if I would travel for it. Yeah, Sean.
I looked up the Australian band that you're looking for.
Yeah.
It's called Australian Pink Floyd.
Oh, okay. Maybe that's why I don't remember a name like Brit Floyd, because there is none. It's just the Australian.
You go to AussieFloyd.com.
Okay, AussieFloyd.com. There you go. Okay. Strafasi thinks they can win 2 games against the Bruins. That would be awesome. That would be awesome if they can do that. Oh, even Chicago said they sounded more like Chicago than Chicago. I know. It is so tight. I can't wait. I'm taking the wife tonight to that. So looking forward to it. Issue for me, is that everyone skips over Louisiana for some reason. Got to see them somewhere else. Ah, okay. Well, we get a little bit of that here in South Florida too. We have bands that skip us all the time, and I have to travel to go see them at times because they won't come here. Dream Theater won't come here. So just certain bands, they just Clutch won't come here. Although they are now. This time, I think this time around they're coming to Revolution Live. Normally they don't actually. It's what lately the what's it called? Slash and Miles Kennedy and the Conspirators. They won't come here. Hailstorm won't come here. Like there's all these bands, certain bands that I know I'm gonna have to go to Orlando or Tampa or maybe even out of state sometimes to see them because they just won't make it all the way down to Miami. Sucks. Big O, I didn't know the Killers a Christian rock group. I had no idea either that they were a Christian rock group. Don't really care. I just like their music. If they were Christian, Protestant, Jewish, it's fine with me. Just it doesn't sound like Christian music. But you know. Big O, how many games do you think the Heat Bucks series will go? I don't know. It could go all the way to 7 without Giannis, and Miami can win actually without Giannis. If Giannis is healthy, 5 games, but Giannis is not healthy, so it's hard to predict now, man. This whole Giannis injury throws everything for a loop. It's the ultimate break for Miami. Get the Lead Out is a great Led Zeppelin band. They explain that they don't try to look like them, that in order to capture the essence of the songs, you need more than 4 guys to pull it off live. Okay, right. And that to me is why, Britt Floyd and Leonoid that I'm going to watch tonight, one of the key reasons is they don't go cheap on the musicians. And that sound is just complete, bro. Complete. Pan de Gloria for me for breakfast. There we go. Oh, did you get your hotel for Crowded House yet? I'm staying at the Durham, walking distance from the venue. Yeah, but Pat, the difference between you and me, doggy, is you're driving down, so you stay next to the venue. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to get something next to the airport because I'm flying in. So I'd rather be next to my plane for takeoff purposes, you know what I mean, than be, 20 minutes away, 30 minutes away like I'm going to be with the venue, since I'm only there for the venue. So I'd rather just go there and stay at a hotel next to the airport. So that way I land, I get to my hotel right away because I get there at night, like at 11. I get to go to sleep right away in the morning. Wake up, do my show, then take off, go to the concert, and then leave in the next morning. I leave early in the morning, like at 6, so I can get here at 8:30 or 9 because I'm on in the afternoon at 3:00. So I kind of have it all set up that way. So I have not gotten my hotel, but I am getting it, right there next to the airport. So I'm make sure I'm on time and I don't miss my flight or anything like that. So I'll just take the Uber to and from the event. That's what I'm going to do. So there you go. The Lotos Festival is not bad this year. Bone Thugs, 2 Live Crew. Yeah, but that 2 Live Crew ain't really the 2 Live Crew. Ice Cube, Lisa, and Color Me Bad. That's actually pretty good. That's actually a really good festival right there. I like it. Not bad. Big O, I'm going to see Striper here in California. Looking forward to it. Now, that's a Christian rock group. Striper. That it is, my friends. That it is. By the way, do want to remind you, we got to talk about our friends at Cutter's Edge Pro. We love talking about Cutter's Edge Pro. I tell you all the time, man, let me tell you, we got summer coming up. You know, it's going to rain a lot and your grass is going to be growing like crazy and it's out of control. And you spend a lot of money, 10 days, 2 weeks. It usually gets by 10 days during summertime. It gets really bad because it rains so much. Maybe in the winter, it might be a little bit more like 2 weeks. And then watering the lawn also. So over the years, you're spending thousands of dollars to maintain your lawn. How about this? Why don't you get artificial turf and you never have to water your lawn again? You never have to cut your lawn again. And it's so easy to maintain, and the dogs are going to love it. If you have dogs, even better. If you don't have dogs, Wow, it's just going to look fantastic year round, man. I love the artificial turf that they installed at Cutter's Edge Pro, and they do it all: lighting, irrigation, the landscaping takes it to another level. The value of your home skyrockets when you add landscaping. It just improves the look of your home. You know, we're at the entrance of the cul-de-sac in our neighborhood, and our neighbors have come through, and all they've done is give us compliments and compliments and compliments. And those compliments should go to William and Mike, because they're the ones that designed it and did it all here at Cutter's Edge Pro. Go on to our Instagram page at Cutter's Edge Pro. Check out all the work that they do. You can check out my house is probably there somewhere. If you see a house that has a putting green on the side of the house, that's my house right there. Because not only that, how about this? If you're a big golf guy, I'm not a big golf guy. At least not watching television. Playing, I can play it all the time. I love playing golf. That is fun. But I also like, working on the short game. So I said, man, this area here, there was like, I don't know, 15 yards or something like that, 20 yards, I don't know. And I said, this is a great area to make a putting green. And they made a putting green and did a marvelous job. And we use it all the time now. Now we go sometimes on weekends, we're relaxing outside, drinking some. Dogs are running around, and we're putting away and having some fun, playing some music. And that's the other thing, that when you improve your yard and you take it to another level, you all of a sudden start using it. We all are paying mortgage for the entire property. Well, use it. Our backyard was dead. Now it's got all the life in the world. So your front yard, your backyard, bring it to life. Call my friends at Cutter's Edge Pro, Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach counties, anywhere throughout South Florida, 954-472-0622. That's 954-472-0622. Tree trimming and removals, landscape design, outdoor lighting, irrigation, synthetic turf. Check it out, cuttersedgepro.com. All right. Matt Verderam, by the way, is set to join us at the top of the hour. So we'll have some fun with Matt. We got all kinds of stuff to talk about with Matt. Frankie Fresco, more love on the super chat. And remember, folks, you can send us a donation through Cash App or Venmo at Cash Big O Show. That is Cash Big O Show. You can even make a Bitcoin donation on Cash App or Venmo at Cash Big O Show. Okay, so you can do that. We love it. And by the way, there's a little bit of a dip right now, so take advantage. Not that I'm a financial advisor. Frankie Fresco says, Big O, next Wednesday, AEW is at Sunrise. Over, under, you go. Well, what's up, Sean? You got us going or what? You got us credentials or what's the deal? Well,
no, it's negative.
They don't have any Radio Row for that kind of shit.
Not for the pay-per-views they do. Not for live events and TV.
That's some weak ass shit by AEW, bro. Come on, let's go. Let's get some Radio Rows going, man. That's what they should do. That way we're all there. We're promoting the live event for them a couple of hours leading up to it, like pregame shows for them, or maybe the day before we're at the arena interviewing some of the wrestlers, promoters, whatever. They should do that kind of stuff, bro. And then we would take the show over there gladly. And brother, I want to see you actually and doing stuff like that. It'll be a lot of fun, man. The wrestling fans deserve shit like that, man. That sucks, dude. That's what I hopefully in boxing we got that coming back, and hopefully we can do some of that. That would be really, really good. So, I'm not sure that the Killers are a Christian rock band, but there is a bit of Ari Sharif does what he says they are a Norman band and breaks down their lyrics. It's pretty hilarious. Oh, a Mormon band. I'm sorry. Okay. So they have multiple wives? Emilio says, curious, so how many times since you've lived at your home Do you get cars that have crashed into the side fence? Seems like your fence is really close to a busy road. Well, it's only happened once. Thank God. That's it. Okay. And it was a bunch of drunk idiots. And they were doing donuts and stuff like that. I am on a busy street. I am off of I'm not like in this busy intersection or anything, but I happen to be on a street where there actually is a little bit of traffic. So yes, unfortunately. Yeah. But I mean, it's just there's a lot of stupidity out there in this world. And you see it with these morons doing wheelies all over the place. You see it with all these idiots doing donuts everywhere in the middle of streets and neighborhoods. This is going on all over the country. This is not a Miami thing. This is everywhere where it's going on. And we have a really stupid society. I'm just saying, that's all it is. It's just we have an incredibly stupid society. Kids nowadays are dumber than they've ever been. Adults now are dumber than they've ever been. It's just the way it is. Common sense is gone. Those are the facts, man. Just look at what goes on. I just saw a story yesterday. A substitute teacher who in the middle of a classroom was clearing out tables and getting kids to fight. Like, what teacher would think of doing that 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago? It would never happen. She literally was getting, it was like a gladiator arena in that classroom every day. And she's heard like, I don't want this documented at all. What? It's the kind of shit that goes on nowadays. So yeah, I don't live in this busy intersection that's, but there is some space here to speed. And some of these idiots, one of them obviously, ended up going through the wall of my house. So yeah. Hey, listen, Welton Rayom took care of their ass. So that's all I got. I'm good. I'm good with that. And again, folks, Welton Rayom, if you're having, and those, especially my friends in Fort Lauderdale and in Eastern Fort Lauderdale, some of you are dealing with all kinds of flooding. You're going to get a bunch of bullshit from your insurance companies. Please do not call the insurance companies. Don't deal with those assholes. Call Welton Rayom. Let Jeff and Dan handle it. They'll call the insurance company for you. They'll straighten their asses out, and they'll get you what you deserve. Okay? I've watched it firsthand. Some of our listeners have already experienced it. Some of you now are calling and locking it in. 954-966-4646. Ask for Jeff Welt. Okay? Jeff will help you out. All right? Jeff is amazing. Jeff was at Billy Idol last night, actually. He sent me a couple videos from it last night. And so great people and kick-ass lawyers. I mean, absolutely kick-ass lawyers. So don't take shit from these insurance companies, man. All right? And these guys know the law. So make sure you take care of yourself and do it the right way. Big O, is your house okay from flooding? Yes, we're down south. We're nowhere in Fort Lauderdale. We're not close to Fort Lauderdale. Now, would it flood here if we got 2 feet of rain? I'm sure it would flood anywhere with 2 feet of rain. Thank the Lord we didn't get it. But man, Fort Lauderdale, East Fort Lauderdale is like the worst. East Fort Lauderdale and Brickell and South Beach are places you don't want to get 2 feet of rain. That's just catastrophic for those kind of places. I'm out west, so I'm closer to the swamps and all that. So I don't even know how we would handle that. Our swamps are so dry, we probably wouldn't affect us as much as the people out east. Has anyone seen the new pornographers live? I'm waffling about seeing them tonight. The new pornographers. Okay. All right. Rumor is Titans are in on Aaron Rodgers. What rumor is that, Knight? Who spread that rumor? You know what? If he ends up anywhere that's not the Jets, that is so Jets. Oh man, Big O, how is gas shortage coming down there? I was watching. Yeah, it's well, because there was flooding in Port Everglades, so they could not get the trucks out, and so they fell behind. A couple thousand trucks, truckloads fell behind. So now they're trying to catch up, and hopefully in the next couple of days, they'll be able to catch up. I've been very blessed because I have not left my house. In Friday, we were on the road, right? Right, Sean? Oh, no, it was Thursday, right? Right, because you were Thursday.
I was on Friday.
I haven't left my house since Thursday.
I waited an hour and 30 minutes yesterday for gas.
Yeah. See, so I have a little bit more than half a tank in my car. My wife filled up her tank 2 days ago, but I have not needed any gas whatsoever, so I've been really lucky, and I haven't left the house. And I've been home the entire time for days now, since Thursday. So Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, I won't go out till tomorrow that I have to go to Hialeah Park. And, I hope I'll run into a gas station then, but I have plenty of gas to go there and back also. I don't really need gas. I'm not dying at the moment, so I've been very fortunate throughout this whole thing. So I can't complain. Big O, just make sure you poured concrete and steel reinforce so they go flat and keep them out. Well, I don't understand what that means. You talking about the fence or something? EJD Construction did a phenomenal job of rebuilding everything, so I don't have to worry about all of that. John Ruiz told me that Rodgers is going back to Green Bay. True story. Nate G says, good morning from Monterey Bay. Big O, I have to say, Sean and Frankie doing a great job on the wrestling podcast. Good. I like what they're doing. I just want to see, I want to see more, I want to see wrestlers. I want to get them to events. That's what I want to see with that show, because I want Sean to have the most fun possible talking wrestling, because I know he loves that shit. And so I want him to have a monster wrestling show and have some fun with that stuff. Have a ton of success with that, man, and grow it big. All right, let's do it. Let's wrap up hour number 1. Hour number 2 is up, and Matt Verderam, who looks like a black polar bear in a dark room at the moment, he joins us next.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com. Welton Rayom has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welton Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire.
Welcome to Red Light Therapy, a revolutionary technology perfected by NASA to aid in muscle strengthening and recovery. Red and infrared light has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Train, fight, recover.
The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website. Let's huddle up with Matt Verderam. The huddle is brought to you by RedRecover.com. RedRecover.com's wraps and pads are designed to deliver maximum benefits with each treatment anywhere you go. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and over 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Here's NFL reporter Matt Verderam.
You know, when we talk about Matt and he's home, they call him the chosen one at home, actually. I don't know if you guys know that, but that's kind of his nickname. So I'm just wondering, good morning, Matt Verderam. Are you mad that Robbie Anderson has taken your nickname? He's not hearing me? Can't see me? You can't hear me? You don't hear? Can't hear?
I think he just froze. Hold on a minute.
He froze. I think we gotta wait till he gets home, because it was freezing last time in the car. It was going in and out. It's a hard signal to carry the video on the road. Yeah, he is frozen. Look at his face. It doesn't move. Yeah, he's frozen. He's frozen. The chosen one is frozen. The chosen is frozen. Unfortunately. All right. Reach out to Matt and let's see if we can reschedule him when he's home, because the video thing on the go is not gonna fly. We can't do that one. So talk to him and see when we can reschedule him. If he's going to be around in the next 2 hours, we do have, let me see, who else do we have? We have Andy at 12. So maybe 12:30 if he's home by then. Ask him. And if not, we'll reschedule Matt for tomorrow. I don't have a problem with that. We're good. I'd rather it be a good video than it going back and forth and in and out like it was last week, I think, or the week before when we did that. Almost to 18K. Damn, I remember when I was your 8th subscriber when you started with Bill, the Bears, Rams, Chargers, Dolphins fan. Oh, rest in peace, my brother. I love you and I miss you like crazy, man. I miss Bill so much. God, I miss Bill so much. It's ridiculous when you grow up with somebody and like from your childhood through, young adult, and then you become an old man and like you do everything with one person, and that person's no longer around. It's just it's the weirdest thing in the world. I told my wife that if the Bears make the Super Bowl, we have to go just in honor of Bill. Just because I know Bill would have wanted to go to the Super Bowl if the Bears win, he would have dragged my ass to it too. He said, "Come on, man, let's go. Come with me." Because he would have come with me on a Dolphins Super Bowl, because he's, we love you, Bill, but, he had like 87 teams that were his favorite teams. But he did love the Bears. So I almost feel compelled that if the Bears ever make it, I got to go for Bill and represent him, because he would have loved to have gone to a Bears Super Bowl. Sean, Can you get anyone from NXT to do some interviews? Isn't that down in Orlando? There you go.
WWE is worse than AEW.
So NXT is owned by WWE.
Yeah, yeah. The problem also is that, you know, you have to remember we're a podcast just getting started.
Right.
And unfortunately, a lot of them want, you know, 60 million subscribers, or they won't even give you an interview. So I'm working through it right now. I've got some things in the works, but right now it's a slow moving process because we're technically not a pro wrestling outlet. We're a sports
This
talk
is why
show.
we tell you
that
guys to
does-
hit the like button, man. You guys got to hit the like button. You guys got to subscribe. All those kind of things help us. You know, the more subscribers we get, the more power we get, the more influence we can have to get guests for you guys. The more likes you get will get us more subscribers because it'll get out there. We don't tell you for anything. It's the weirdest thing in the world. Like right now, let me see. Let me refresh it right at this moment. It's the weirdest thing. Like there's 191 people watching and there's 66 likes. It's the weirdest thing. It's like you're watching, but like it's not much of an effort to hit the thumbs up button. And like people, they don't want to do that, but you're watching. You're downloading the show somewhere and on podcast. You're watching it day, night, weekends. Just hit the like button, man. You're helping the platform go, you know, to other places to make it stronger and we can last longer and those kind of things. You know what I mean? That way you're not stuck having to listen to some radio that has 30 minutes of commercials or some podcast that maybe they're sold out to, you know, a team or an organization. So you'll never get really objective, you know, opinions and insight from like breaking stories and things like that we do on this platform that most platforms don't do. You know what I mean? So it's very important. It's the weirdest thing in the world how as many people watch, very few of you take the time to just hit the like button. It's like an amazing effort to just have to do that. And it's so odd. It went from 66 to 90, just like that. I just refreshed it for the hell of it because some of you probably heard me talk about it and then you hit the like button. I appreciate that immensely, man, because look at that. It went up 30, but we're still 100 behind how many people are watching. It's the way, like when you sign on and you open, the first thing you should do is just hit the like button already. That way you signed on, boom, hit the like button, and you don't have to worry about it for the rest of the show. And it really helps us out, man. It's huge. Knight, thank you for the love on the super chat. He says Greg Arias article on SI talking about it. You talk about the Aaron Rodgers. That would be freaking amazing. That would be amazing. If he doesn't go to the Jets and he goes somewhere else or goes back to Green Bay, I mean, the field day I'm going to have with the Jets is just, it's going to be endless. It really is. It's awesome. They were already crapped on by DeAndre Hopkins. Like, nah, I'm not playing for the Jets or the Pats. Nah, I don't want to play for them. I mean, thank you for the super chat night, but that, God. I mean, he's just talking about it. He's not really reporting it, right? But if that just does end up happening and the Jets lose out on the Aaron Rodgers thing, maybe they've acted so arrogant, thinking that they can they can lowball him because nobody else wants him and all that kind of stuff, and these guys are like, no, we're not doing that. You're going to have to pay the value for him or you don't get him. That kind of stuff. All right. Got my tickets to the Cult. And I got tickets also to Culture Club, Berlin, and Howard Jones. Looking forward to that. That's going to be a lot of fun. Taking the wife to that one. So Lower bowl, baby, for Boy George. And we got 6 row for the Colt. Greep, you are the man. Appreciate it big time. Love it. Love the Colt. Last time I saw the Colt, they opened up for GNR in Orlando. We had floor seats. It was awesome. Actually, Chris Jericho was like 4 rows in front of me. I remember that. Chris Jericho's a good dude, speaking of wrestling. Let's see. Emilio, did you ever attend the famous Miami and Hialeah open house parties from the 70s? My old man used to tell me stories about them. No, that's just a little before my time. Mike No-Go Zone says, good morning, Big O. Will you do a live broadcast on the NFL draft? We're working on it, my brother. We're working on it. Some people are also watching in a delay, not live. Sometimes myself included, we pause for the show for 5 minutes or 10, then come back to click back on live. Exactly. No, I understand, Emilio. I understand. It's just really, folks, I'm not kidding. It's super important that you hit that like button. You're up to 103 and 186 are watching. So getting better on the ratio. Getting better. It's like Rodgers was just using the Jets as bargaining posture.
Ayo.
Yes, sir.
Matt's available right now. He just
He's
popped in. I
available?
don't know if you saw him.
I did not look over. I'm sorry. All right, let's go. Let's rock and roll. Let's step in to the huddle.
Let's huddle up with Matt Verderam. The huddle is brought to you by RedRecover.com. RedRecover.com's wraps and pads are designed to deliver maximum benefits with each treatment anywhere you go. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about Red Light with videos, blog posts, and over 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Here's NFL reporter Matt Verderam.
Is locked and loaded. When you were on before, I was saying that you are the chosen one in your home. And that, are you pissed now that, Anderson here in Miami has taken your name? Just wondering.
It's tough, but it's something you got to live with. Yeah, these things happen. Chosen Anderson. He's in there. He's going to get some target. He's talented, but he's going to take a back seat to Waddle and Hill, I think. I don't think he's replacing them anytime soon.
Yeah. I actually what I told Dolphin fans is I think he has no shot at making this roster. What I think Chris Greer did is, hey, let's be prepared just in case we are able to trade Cedric Wilson in the draft for some late pick, so we can move the salary off our books, because I'm sure you know this. Cedric was acquired before Tyreek became ever available. And so they were going to go with Waddle and Cedric. Cedric was finally going to get his shot coming out of Dallas to become a frontline player opposite of Waddle on the outside.
Correct.
Then all of a sudden, your favorite team says, we're going to make him available now because we're not going to pay Tyreek Hill. So then all of a sudden now Chris Greer's like, hey, this guy's available. And they're like, well, forget that we just acquired Cedric. Let's go get Tyreek. And then Cedric became a luxury now. So maybe they unload him in the draft for a 6th, 7th rounder, maybe a 5th rounder if they're lucky. I doubt it, because whatever team takes him, they have to take on a salary. So you're going to have to give up almost nothing in compensation. So it'll be hard for the Dolphins to get any real compensation. It'll be like a throw-in pick. Or there are injuries in training camp throughout the offseason or something, God forbid, and then he gets a chance. I think he's no more than an insurance policy, is what I've been telling Dolphin fans out of that, because he's not reliable enough for you to count on him. So that's already a risk as it is. If you're going to try to count on Robbie Anderson, that, my friends, is a gamble.
Yeah, it is. It is a gamble. I mean, he was on 2 teams last year for a reason. So, look, you're taking a flyer on the guy that when he was with the Jets showed some real talent. I mean, that was the guy that the Panthers brought in thinking, okay, maybe he's a part of our future. It didn't work out. You bring him into the Dolphins and you have the opportunity in that room to say, look, man, like, we don't need you. We would like you to be here. We think you could be a complimentary piece. But if there's any kind of an issue, like we can just move on. It doesn't really matter. So, like I always think if you're a team that wins and the Dolphins are certainly turning that corner, you can bring in more guys, maybe like Chosen, who is coming off of a year where he was on two different teams. And you can say, look, you can fit into our culture. You can be part of this. We'd love you to be here. We don't need you to be here. You know, I think you look around the league, you see that happening. Like Belichick did that all the time. Belichick was famous for that. Is still famous for that. The Chiefs brought in Kadarius Toney last year.
Completely different. See, that's a different situation. That's a kid that had some injury stuff that's kind of held him back. Whereas, you know, this kid is more of a knucklehead. That's what's kind of held him back at times. And by the way, Tony had his knuckleheadedness.
I was going to say, though, there was
when he was in Florida.
He did. But the Giants also, look, I think the Giants were kind of at the end of their wick, so to speak, with Tony. I think that relationship was kind of cooked by the time he got moved to the Chiefs. So, you know, sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. But
the other thing is great. The other thing is your team has the drug that the Giants don't. So, you know, the receiver comes in and, you know, he has the injuries and a little inconsistency and all that kind of stuff. But then he looks at the quarterback, he looks at the situation. It's not so sexy. All of a sudden now he gets traded to Kansas City and it's like, oh shit, if I screw my head on right and I get on the field and I'm healthy, I'm actually going to get the ball. I'm going to be a star in this place because I'm playing with effing Pat Mahomes and Andy Reid. My God, you know, and I'm sure his agent's like, kid, this is like, they've thrown you into Willy Wonka's chocolate factory. It's up to you, bro. Don't get swallowed by the chocolate river. You know, stay around and enjoy the food. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And so it's like two different scenarios. Anderson's trying to hang on to dear life to his career. Tony, everybody knows, can be a star if he's just, you know, if it's tweaked just a little bit what's going on with him.
No, I hear you. And Anderson, look, last year he did nothing. He had 282 yards. The year before that, 519, 5 touchdowns, which if that guy's a depth player on your roster is not bad. But the year before that, he had 1,100 yards. Like, he has talent. I mean, you know, he's had 941, 779, 752. If you're the Dolphins, if you're Miami, you're thinking, can we get 700 yards out of him? Like if Wilson, if they were to move him or whatever happens, if they have to
that's
slide
perfect number 3, 700 yards.
That's what I'm saying. Right. If he ends up being your third guy, can he give you 700 yards? And if he can do that, great. Now, if he's your number 4, then heck, then if you get 400 yards out of him, you're happy, right? Then what, you know, that's all gravy. But for Miami, look, it's a no risk deal. I mean, why not? You know, you bring him in, you kick tires. If it doesn't work, fine. If it does work, then great. Then you got something late in free agency that's useful to you during the season.
I'm with you there. All right. What about this Trey Lance stuff? Getting calls. Now, this story is kind of weird to me, okay? Because the Niners say they're not making any calls, but people are calling them because everybody's assuming that Purdy's going to be the starter. But see, here's where I don't buy the bullshit. Okay? If they're calling you for Trey Lance and low-hanging fruit. They're not calling you because they think Trey Lance is great and they're trying to offer you a first rounder to try to make up for the 3 first rounders in the second that you gave up. No, they're calling you because they'll say, well, you guys aren't going to use Trey Lance. We'll give you a 5th rounder for him or something like that. So I would imagine that the people that are calling for Trey Lance, they're really not offering much because at this point, what's there to offer for Trey Lance? You haven't seen anything. He hasn't shown you enough as it is, and he's already lost his job. That's what the optics are.
So let's run through this, okay? Because I'm not only fascinated by this whole thing, I'm also a bit tired of the way it's all talked about. So here's Trey Lance went to North Dakota State, okay? His freshman year, 2018, he threw 1 pass. Then he threw 287, okay, in 2019. 2020, because of COVID, North Dakota State played 1 game, threw 30 passes. All right. Now, in those 318 collegiate attempts, he threw 30 touchdowns and 1 pick. That's great. He threw 318 collegiate passes. Now you go to the 49ers. So since 2018, all right, with the Niners, he's thrown 102. He's thrown 420 passes in the last 5 years. Last 5 years. Like, for reference to how insane that is, last season, Joe Burrow threw, 606. I mean, Trey Lance has basically thrown 10 games worth of passes in 5 years. The Niners gave up 3 first-round picks. Now, let's also be real about this. Now, Ian's reporting this. Maybe it's even elsewhere. I saw Ian Rappaport's tweet about it. Why would this get leaked? The teams calling the 49ers are not leaking this thing. Like, nobody's making a phone call about a trade and then leaking out that they're making a phone call about a trade. Otherwise, it would be X team is calling, right?
Right.
So it's the 49ers, and it was very specific. They are not making calls. They're receiving calls. Well, that tells me that's coming out of the Niners. So it's like you're trying to drum up interest prior to the draft that, hey, we're not ready to move him, but if you're willing to give us an offer that we would take, then please do it. My question is, on the outside looking in, if I'm a team thinking of acquiring him, I'm thinking about it long and hard of why do the Niners want to move off this guy? They gave up 3 first-round picks for Brock
And
Purdy. And a second. Brock Purdy is coming off a torn UCL. He's not going to be ready for the year. They've got Sam Darnold, who's essentially ready to start the year if Trey Lance doesn't do it. And the Niners are ready to move off of this guy they gave up all that draft capital for. Doesn't exactly scream of a guy who they're just in love with. So to me, like, why would you give up anything more than, I don't know, at the most a 3rd or a 4th round pick?
Right.
Why would you give anything more than that? He's
Right.
proven nothing. So I get it. Like, if you're the Vikings and you say, hey, look, let's bring him in, sit him behind Cousins for a year. He's cheap. Oh, fine. I'm not bringing him in to be a starting quarterback. The Niners don't even think he can be a starting quarterback.
Yeah, no. And let me tell you something. That 3rd or 4th rounder, is it really worth the negative PR you're going to get because you gave up all of that
Right.
and then you just gave them away? You're better off actually trying to develop them and see if you can get a real quarterback out of him. You're almost better at failing by playing him than settling and saying 3 years after you gave up a three first rounders in a second, well, we gave him away for a 3rd or a 4th. Like, holy shit, that's a lot of draft capital you ended up losing in the process. And boy, Brock Purdy better not be a 1-year wonder.
I just said to somebody else the other day when I was on radio, I said, one thing that's really interesting is because, everybody's talking about Rodgers, of course, and what's going to happen and the draft's coming up. If the Niners trade Trey Lance, there's a spot open on their roster. And I wonder if you're the 49ers, especially, let's say you get a 3rd round pick for him. Maybe you're using that pick to help sweeten the pot. Maybe they go after Aaron Rodgers. I mean, I've been thinking about this now for a while. Like, this stalemate, at some point, does another team not jump in here and go, okay, look, we weren't going to do it, but if the Jets are just going to sit there and stare at the Packers and the Packers are going to sit there and stare at the Jets, maybe it's worth it to us. Like, if the because from people I've talked to in the league, one thing that is interesting, there has been a thought that the Packers are more interested in draft capital for next year's draft because you've got Caleb Williams coming out, Drake May coming out, some other intriguing quarterback prospects. And if Jordan Love doesn't work out, now the Packers are loaded up with picks for the following year when all these quarterbacks are available. So if we get through the draft and the Jets still haven't made a move, the Niners are loaded to the hilt next year with draft capital. This year, they're not. This year, they don't have a lot of their picks because they traded for Lance, they traded for McCaffrey. Next year, that all changes. So if you're San Francisco and this thing goes through the draft, do you then say, you know what? We'll beat out the Jets offer. We're good with that. And if you're Rodgers, where would you rather go? I mean, I don't even think it's a question, right? I mean, they're the best team in football, Rodgers. So I think that is a fascinating thing to watch, especially if this drags on through the draft.
Well, you think the Titans are really interested in Rodgers?
I don't think he's interested in them. I just, why would he go there? For what reasoning? You know, and he doesn't, to be clear, he doesn't have no trade clause or anything like that, but he's got to be happy there. That's going to be miserable. Like, why, if you're Tennessee, I get why Tennessee would be interested in him.
Well, they got a good defense. They got a decent line. They got a running game.
He's got
no
no
tight end. They don't. That Treylon Burks is kind of young. You would have to go get a veteran receiver to kind of help him out overall, because that's kind of the same problem he had in Green Bay, that he didn't have, a great receiving core. They just wouldn't do enough for him at times. But yeah, I mean, outside of the receiving core, everything else is pretty stable. Right?
I agree. The line right now is amazing.
The line's not great.
The line, they cut Lewan. They let Nate Davis go. That line, now they brought in Dillard from the Eagles, who they're hoping can replace Lewan. But the line is a big question mark. They don't have weapons. Like that team is one ankle injury from Derrick Henry away from scoring 10 points a game. So I mean, that's my thing. If you're Rodgers, do you want to go there? Like now, let's be clear about this. He's not playing for the Packers next year. So this is going to be, at some point, rubber's going to meet road. He's going to get traded. I'm looking right now at the 49ers. So going forward in 2024, they got the first and second rounders. They have 2/3, they have a fourth, a sixth, and a seventh. And then in 2025, they also have 2/3 because of D'Amico Ryan's getting hired away as a head coach. So I just wonder, if you're the Niners and this thing goes through the draft, do you call the Packers up and say, you know what? We'll take him. We'll make it work. You got to eat some of the money, but we'll sweeten the pot with a better package of picks. Now, if you're the Packers, why would you care? If I'm them, I'd trade him for the Niners. He's only going to be there for a year or two, and they're not winning.
Right.
It doesn't matter to them, right?
You've already said you're kind of retooling now. You're moving on.
It's not like you're trading him to the Bears. To me, if I'm the Niners, I don't care. Or excuse me, I'm the Packers. I'll take wherever the best deal is. So I believe that at some point here, look, the Jets to me have leverage in the sense that the Packers are not going to pay him $58 million in cash before September. But if somebody else gets involved, the Jets have a real problem. And I think once you get past this draft, other teams might get involved.
Yeah, although I saw Andrew Brandt say that they can break up the salary part of it, the $40 million, into 2 years in June, so they can kind of take a $20 million cap hit this year and then set up the rest for next year, which then would buy them more time again. And I think right now what they're looking at is this Tennessee thing. If there's any truth to it, it's a blessing to the Packers, because all of a sudden now they're getting some leverage to use against the Jets. You know what I'm saying? Now, again, it's up to Rodgers that he has to want to go there. You know what I mean? And you make a great point, because he'll definitely want to go to San Francisco. There's no doubt he's going to want to go to San Francisco, being a West Coast guy, playing out there in Berkeley and all that shit. So I'm sure he wouldn't mind being in San Francisco. But the Packers have got to be loving this, because somehow or another, the Jets have taken a really hard line approach to all of this.
The Jets, like I said, I think they still have the leverage in the sense that at some point here, the Packers don't want to pay this money, and he can't go back there, and they know that. But the Jets, this is now like, okay, now I'm not advocating for anybody to do this, but, kids at times, back in the day, hopefully not anymore, would play games of like chicken, right? If you live near a railroad, you play chicken or whatever. The Jets are playing chicken, but now like the train's getting like fairly close here. It's time to get off the rails. And if they get through this draft, like that train's 5 feet away, because at some point you run the risk of a team like San Francisco going, you know what? Fine. We'll make a better offer than you. I mean, as much as they have to pay Rodgers in cash, which is the $58 million, his cap hit's not crazy. So for an example, if you're looking at Rodgers' contract, all right, his contract as it sits, his cap hit for this season is 31.6. All right. Now, if he gets traded post June 1, the Packers are saving $15.8 million. So they all of a sudden save money instead of having to eat an extra $8.6 million in dead cap. So that helps them. And then the team that's acquiring Rodgers, his cap hit's only $16 million. So, like, you can afford it. That's not crazy. A team can absolutely afford to make that happen. Right now, the Niners are sitting a little over $3 million, but they could sit there, they could extend people, they could restructure a contract. I mean, teams do that all the time. It would not be out of the realm of possibility for the Niners to just restructure a guy or two and get Rodgers in the fold, especially if he's only planning on playing for a year.
Should the Buffalo Bills be a little concerned about Stephon Diggs not reporting to the start of offseason program? Is it a thing or not a thing?
I think it's a minor thing. It's not because of his contract, because he just got a new contract. So that's not the problem. It's frustration, right? I mean, you would think, if it's anything. My concern with the Bills going forward is last year was supposed to be the year they won the Super Bowl. Everybody and their mother picked them. I picked them. They were the odds-on favorite in Vegas. They didn't just lose in the playoffs. They got clobbered. They got embarrassed in that game against Cincinnati in their own building.
Hell, they almost lost to the Dolphins, bro.
Yeah, Skylar Thompson. Like, if the Dolphins could have managed the clock in that game, they would have beat them. Okay? I just wonder with Buffalo, with this current group, I mean, I'm not saying there's a window closing. They have Allen. They'll be good for 15 years. With this current group, was that their best shot? Was that their best shot to do it? I mean, Kansas City was reloading. You got Cincinnati at home. The division wasn't particularly good. I mean, Miami was good, but dealt with a lot of injuries with Tua. Like, that lined up for you to really be able to have a stronghold. They beat Kansas City at Arrowhead in the regular season for the second straight year, and yet they couldn't finish the job. And I wonder now with them, is this going to be one of those? Remember the Chargers with Norv Turner when they had all that talent? I mean, they had Merriman, and they had Rivers and Tomlinson, Vincent Jack, and all these guys.
Yeah.
And every year you're like, God, that team. But then they get on the field. Now, to be fair, the Bills actually made the playoffs. Like the Chargers halftime wouldn't even do that with Norv. But you'd be like, what is wrong with this team? Why can't they get over the hump? Or the Texans those years, and they first started to come on with Schaub, and they had Watt and Hopkins. But there was always just something missing. I'm wondering now with the Bills after last season and the way that ended with a big thud, is there just something missing with this team? Is it the coaching? Is it just the lack of imagination in terms of their scheme? Is it the lack of a pass rush? Because you look at the Bills roster, man, it's not getting any younger. A lot of these guys are 30 and I mean Diggs, Miller, Poyer, Hyde. They're not young. Mitch Morse, Deion Dawkins is getting toward 30. Like, this is not a team you'll look at and go, yeah, that team's going to be together for the next 6 years. It's not. That's not the case.
And I think Josh Allen, too, is another guy that's got to kind of live up to the hype that we've all put on him in a way. And he's had his erratic moments. And I think some of that Stephon Diggs frustration is with Josh Allen. I know Josh Allen kind of downplayed it and said, that's his guy and they get along great and that he's a competitor and all that. And he loves that he's intense and all that kind of stuff. But I think some of the frustrations with Diggs has been with his quarterback at times. And if you look at the quarterback, as much as we've talked him up, he's had his moments where he has not kind of put the team over the top too.
He has. I mean, at some point, you've got to wear a little bit of that. Now, if you go back and look, the first time they made the playoffs, they played the Texans in a weird wild card game. They weren't that good yet. They just kind of got in. Okay, that's fine. You wet your feet, fine. The second year they got in, they went all the way to the AFC Championship game. Allen was not good in that game. The Bills were not good in that game. The Chiefs waxed them easily. Now, the next year was that 13 seconds game where Allen played about as well as anybody could possibly play, but he played on a night where Mahomes played a quarter inch better. And I think the Bills coaching staff really pretty much screwed them over that night and cost them that game with the way they decided to play the last 13 seconds. But then last year, he didn't play well against Miami. He did not play well. There were turnovers. There were a lot of missed throws. And then that Bengals game, he and the rest of that team, all of them, they all didn't play well in that game. Everybody didn't play well. Yep. My bigger problem with Allen and the Bills, though, if I'm being frank, is not even so much their playoff performances, although obviously last year's were disastrous. It's these games in the regular season they should never lose that they lose. It's cost them seeding. Like that is one thing over like the Chiefs, they lose games. They don't lose to bad teams. It's very, very rare. Like literally in Mahomes' career, I'm doing this off the top of my head. I think in his entire career, they've lost to 3 teams with a sub 500 record. They don't lose those games. The Bills lose those games. They lost to Urban Meyer's Jags a couple of years ago. That's why that 13 seconds game was at Kansas City. They lost the game last year to Zach Wilson. Like that's why they were the 2 seed instead of having a bye. They that crazy game against Minnesota where they're kneeling down. They lose. Like you can't lose those games in this conference. This conference is too good. That's the difference between being home for the playoffs and getting your butt whipped in the second round because now you have a harder matchup. I mean, while Buffalo had to play Cincinnati, the Chiefs got Jacksonville. Listen, Jacksonville's better. They're not Cincinnati. The Chiefs got an easier matchup. Then they had to play the Bengals, and they took care of business. But the Bills have got to stop having these games that are just ridiculous losses during the season. It's killing them, and it killed them the last couple of years.
What do you think happens with Saquon Barkley and now Josh Jacobs, 2 guys that are not signing their tenders? And we all know how the running back position is treated in the NFL, and it's the most interchangeable position in all of pro sports, pretty much, because it's just one that's not valued as it is. What happens in this situation with Saquon and Josh Jacobs?
I mean, if I'm those 2 teams, I would just take a line. So that's fine. We're not gonna pay a running back major money. And I think it's if you're the running back, whether you're Jacobs or you're Barkley, like what do you do? I mean, you're not gonna take that money. You're not gonna play out a year of your career where you really get a nice payday. I know it's a 1-year deal, but it's a life-changing amount of money. You're not gonna take that money. So I just think in the end, Barkley's had a significant injury history. You're not going to pay him, in my opinion. Now, do one of these teams fold? If I had to bet and say which one of them would do it, the Raiders. The Raiders historically are not exactly the most well-run franchise in the world. And I could see the Raiders saying, look, we got to pay Jacobs because Carr's gone, Waller's gone, Renfro's off a down year. We'll see what he does if he bounces back. Adams is the only guy in that offense right now to start defensively. I mean, you got Crosby. Who else are you selling a jersey for? They may look at it from that perspective. But if I were those teams, I would hold that line. I would not pay. I know that's a rough bit of business, but it's business. And in the NFL, I'm not paying a running back a big second contract unless that guy is generational. Earl Campbell in his prime, Walter Payton, guys like that. Okay, yeah, sure. I'm not paying Barkley, who's been good 1 year, hurt the next. Jacobs, who they didn't even exercise the option on. And then he went out on an incredible year. Like I wouldn't pay it.
I think a lot of people, not everybody, but I think a lot of people in our business, they do it because they have a passion for our business. Lord knows there isn't a lot of money involved, especially early on. You are not getting paid well, unless you're a former athlete that they hand you all this shit. But the rest of us, like you and me, that have to kind of walk and kind of, work our way up in this business, there's a lot of passion behind it. And we get to do something that we love because a lot of us were sports fans growing up and all that kind of stuff. So I think I'm correct, right? You're doing what you love, right, in this job? Correct?
I am. They pay me to watch football and write about it.
Right, exactly. So you and I are one of the few that get to do that, right? And so I would imagine that there's a lot of players, and you and I have met a lot of the players that actually do this for the love. There are some that are just motivated by the money. There's no doubt about it. So when we look at DeMar Hamlin, who's not a high round pick, who's not a guy that was making a ton of money, and then went through a life-altering situation that could change you mentally, physically, and all of that. But he has now decided that he is healthy. He's going to try to get back on the field. And knowing what you know and what I know, that you and I are in the 5 percentile, that we actually love our jobs, no matter all the bullshit that we have to deal with at times, but we love what we do. So is DeMar Hamlin making a decision based on passion or insanity?
Passion. And he's been cleared by medical professionals. I don't blame him. If I'm not going to sit there and be that guy who's like, if I was him, because I'm not him, and I didn't go through what he went through. But if he feels confident, and the doctors are saying, hey, he's okay to go, God bless him. Go play football. I mean, I think I always feel terrible when anybody gets injured in football or any sport, because these guys played, they work their whole lives. I mean, people don't realize, with all due respect to anybody out there who watches the sport, like how hard these guys work. I think there's sometimes a thought, like, hey, I turn the TV on, the guys are on Sunday. No, that guy is training day and this isn't the 70s where guys were smoking packs of cigarettes in the locker room. And and then they came out and played a little football. These guys train year round, day in, day out, couple training sessions a day, a lot of them. Like, Damar Hamlin worked his whole life to get to that point and was making himself a nice little career. I mean, it was starting to get some playing time. I think if the doctors will clear him, he should go out and play football if that's what he wants to do. And I think it's a great story that had a horrifying beginning, but might have a great ending. And I for him, if he wants to continue to play out his career, all the power to him, as long as those doctors give him the thumbs up.
By the way, what's the difference with Evel Knievel? Breaking bones left and right, still got back on the motorcycle and make the next jump, right?
Have you ever seen that documentary out on him? I think
it's
it's wild stuff.
Yeah, dude. How about wrestlers?
Yeah.
Maybe he gets a herniated disc or something, and a couple months later, he's back on the top of the ring, diving off and diving on somebody's body or something. A race car driver that, I don't know, flipped 8, 6, 7, 12 times, and the car went into eight pieces. And 2 weeks later, he's walking out of the hospital. And guess what? A week later, he's back to training and testing and ready to race the next race. And
it's what these people do for a living.
It's what they do for a living. So what are we supposed to do? We have police officers that go get every day in that car, and they have no idea if they're coming back to see their families at the end of the day. And this is every day that they put their lives on the line. So, we have to kind of put it in perspective. And sometimes you got to do what you love, man. You know what I mean? And I'm sure these crazy ass skateboarders and BMX guys, they break all kinds of bones. And then they're back to doing all that weird and wild shit and flipping 8 times and coming back down on the pool or the pike or whatever the hell it is that they're performing on. And there's a lot of crazy bastards doing all kinds of crazy stuff, but that's what they love to do. And this is what I would say about Damar Hamlin. God bless you, bro. Do what you love to do. And that's what makes you who you are, and it's crazy, but it's passion. There's no doubt behind it. No doubt.
I think he's absolutely right. If he wants to play, as long as they'll clear him. And if they'll clear him, go after it, man. You worked your whole life for it. Go play. Play.
I saw a doctor say it's like if lightning hit you twice. So
that's that's the other part of it too. Like, it's not like, as far as we know, or it's not like it's some condition he had. Like, it's just that was just one of the weirdest freak. I mean, how many times have you watched a football game, seen a collision? Literally a million. What are the odds that happens?
It's never happened.
Right. I mean,
6 years. It's the first time I saw it with all the thousands of collisions we've watched. That's the first time I ever saw it happen. Yes. Right there.
I would agree with that doctor sentiment that the odds of that happening are just insane. So go play football.
I just think that people don't take into account that I think people don't realize how many people are constantly risking injury or their lives almost every day or in whatever work of life that they're at. Just because most of us don't do it, you and I, we get to work behind a mic, so we're really not putting our lives on the line, but we don't realize it, bro. There's a fireman putting his life on the line right now somewhere in the world, and there's policemen, millions of them all over the world, that are constantly putting their lives on the line, and we have military people all over the world, and they have chosen to be in the military, and every day they're putting their lives on the line. Now, the guy that's working for Florida Power and Light, climbing up those damn poles full of electrical wires, dude, you're putting your life on the line every single moment. It's not weird what Damar Hamlin's doing. Lots of other people do the same thing.
I agree.
It's crazy. All right, what do you got going on SI so folks can check you out, my friends?
Tomorrow, we are tomorrow we are running. I have a mock draft that is essentially mocking mock drafts where I traded every single first round pick, and we had a field day with it. That was a lot of fun. I did it in a way that was serious in terms of like I made the values work out and I made the players fit with the teams. But every pick got traded. All 31 in the first round, all got moved around. Then next week, piece I'm really excited about, which comes out a week from today, it is revisiting the 1983 draft. I talked to a lot of people for it. Bruce Matthews is in that piece. Tony Dungy's in that piece. Lee Steinberg, who repped a couple of the guys in that piece. There's a great story Dungy tells about Marino in there. In fact, there's a lot about Marino in there. So I would implore people to check it out. That's going to be a big feature piece for us over at SI, and I hope people read it.
There you go. And follow him on Twitter at Matt Verderam and catch his work there at Sports Illustrated. Matt, as always, thank you, my brother. We'll catch up next week. Appreciate you.
Thanks a lot. Take care.
Thank you, sir. There you go. Matt Verderam. We step out of the huddle.
This has been The Huddle with NFL reporter Matt Verderam. RedRecover.com helps pros and everyday warriors heal on the go with their medical-grade, highly specialized devices designed for each area of the body. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and over 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being.
All right. Eric, Chiefs almost lost to Houston last season. The trash Texans took them to overtime. Did they lose? That was the point. Almost only counts in hand grenades and horseshoes. The conversation was losing to bad teams. Almost doesn't mean that it happened. Almost means it didn't happen. So almost doesn't count, my brother. Yeah, I get what you're saying, but in the end, you got to find a way to win the game. So that was a day where the defense gave up 500 yards to the Texans. I know. I remember that. But they didn't lose. So it doesn't fly. Those running backs should have signed those franchise tags like yesterday, 10 million guaranteed. I think they're doing it so they don't have to report to the offseason camps and all that kind of stuff and risk injury. So you hold out a little bit more. You don't need these stuff now is not important for Saquon Barkley or Josh Jacobs. They're proven players. They don't really need any of this stuff now. So you don't sign it so that way you don't get fined and you're not there because you're not under contract. It's a smart move. Actually makes a lot of sense what they're doing at the moment. Your overall premise of what I think you mean, you're right. They have no leverage. They're going to have to sign it anyways. They're going to have to report. So they have no choice. I agree with you in that sense. But I agree with them. There's no reason to go to the offseason program right now. None. If you're Josh Jacobs or you're Saquon Barkley, you are not getting better at all by being out there and running around. You could actually blow a knee and ruin your season. You could do that. But yeah, it's the right thing to do. I love Eve, but he had a screw loose. Oh, Evil. I'm sorry, Evil. Yes. Well, that's the only way you can jump the Grand Canyon and the fountains at Caesars and 86 buses and all those crazy ass things that he and Robbie Knievel have done. You got to have like 8 screws loose. You know what I'm saying? Sean put his life on the line every day for the show. Oh, true American hero, that guy. He does. He does put his life on the line every day for this show. You are correct. Dougie Fresh says, Halle Berry almost called me. She was only 10 digits off. Almost. I love that. That was good. That was really good. When sports and business collide, we love doing something called the KSDT CPA. Sports Business Report. All right. Question is, how many of you have a spare $18 million? If you have a spare $18 million, you can actually own Dion Waiters' home. That's right. He has listed his 14,000 square foot Miami home for $18 million. It's in the Pinecrest area. The mansion has 9 bedrooms, 11 bathrooms, a home theater, several swimming pools, surrounded by palm trees. Waiters, born in Philadelphia, drafted by the Cavs in 12, hasn't played in the NBA since winning a championship with the Lakers in 2020. Never shied away from a shot. Earned the nickname Waiters Island during his NBA career, which Waiters has kept as a moniker for his mansion. Waiters calls it Waiters Island because it's his own private getaway. The home listing agent Ashley Michelle Velez, on the property, you don't feel like anybody is around you. It's a lot like a land for somebody who wants to be private. It feels like it's like his own resort, and he loves the house. Well, then why is he selling it? He needs that cash. Anyway, Velez says that the South Florida home also boasts an outdoor kitchen, yard space to add a tennis or full basketball court. Waiters earned about $67 million in his earnings in his NBA career over 8 seasons between the Cavs, Thunder, Heat, and the Lakers. So, nice home, $18 million. Do you know how expensive it is to maintain homes like that? Okay. So, and he ain't making any more money. So I'm sure he's going to sell it for a profit, because I'm sure the value is way up, but I'm also sure that he probably needs the money, because, usually you end up living a lifestyle that is way above what you're now making. Normally when you're playing, you're living a lifestyle that you could easily afford and not a problem. But then once you stop playing, if that same kind of money isn't coming in, and yet you're still trying to live that lifestyle, like that mansion, and you're going to have the expenses of running a mansion like that, from electricity to maintenance. Are you kidding me? Yeah. They may not say it, but yeah, I think Dion needs a little cash, and that's probably why he's selling it. Barrow says it's passion for the Big O. Guy has a heart attack, and a week later he's practically doing the show from his bed and exercising and diet. Hell no. It's Big O show, not the Skinny O show. There you go. Yeah. He is right. I did have a heart attack, and I was doing a show like a week later. I didn't have, well, actually, let's phrase it the right way. I never had a heart attack. Okay. I had I don't know what it was, but it felt like my heart was exploding. But I didn't have a heart attack. I got close to it. I don't know what it is I had, but yeah, I got close to it. That was some scary shit. The worst part about it now is you're paranoid for the rest of your life. Brother, you cough wrong, or you like whatever, you twist up your body or something, you start feeling something anywhere in your chest, and it freaks you out, man. It sucks, dude. Like once you've had these situations and you have like stents in your arteries and all that, it F's with your mind forever. And it doesn't matter what's going on. So, yep. Big O, if the Miami Dolphins have a good backup when a starter gets hurt, they will be game teams who won the division. You mean a backup quarterback? I get everybody's going to point at Nick Foles and, a couple other situations, Hostetler or whatever. More often than not, your backup's not really going to save you. We had Earl Morrall here in the 70s, and that saved, Miami and all that. But that was a guy that was a former starter and a former, hell of a player, Earl Morrall. He took a team to the Super Bowl in the Colts. It's just they're rare. And it's nice to have one, but think about this first of all, Jesse, okay? The Dolphins haven't had a starter. First, you got to find a starter. And now they finally have a starter, and this is the best starter they've had since Marino. You know what I'm saying? So I would love to have a Don Strock or an Earl Morrall. As I've said for many years, Shula's backup quarterbacks are better than anything and everything we had after Marino. Think about that. Okay? Younger people, you can't figure that because you didn't watch Earl Morrall play. You have no idea who he is. You might have heard about it or whatever. And even Don Strock, you may not know who he is. You didn't watch him play or anything like that. But that's the funniest shit in the world. That Shula's backup quarterbacks were better than anything Jimmy Johnson and company moving forward could ever produce. Jimmy and Wanstead and Cam Cameron and Joe Philbin and Tony Sperano and Adam Gase, and none of those people could find a quarterback better than Don Strock or Earl Morrall. Okay? That's terrible. I mean, Shula's so good, he got to the Super Bowl with 2 backup quarterbacks. So I get that. And I've, as a Dolphins fan, I've experienced the good backup quarterback. But as a Dolphins fan, for nearly a quarter century, I've also experienced the incompetence of being able to find a starter. So let me not get greedy, and let me just be happy that we have Tua, and I'm hoping that he can stay healthy, because you're still not going to find somebody that's going to win it for you or carry and take over for Tua. You know what I mean? So let me get through this, the fact that we actually have a starter first and foremost, before I try to get mad or frustrated because we don't have a great backup. Hour number 3 is next. We return with Andy Behrens in our Sports Grill Miami Dolphins and NFL report.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com. viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. While the NFL plans for the 2023 season, the Big O Radio Show keeps you informed by tracking everything from free agency, trades, draft, and all the news you can handle. It's the SportsGrill.com Dolphins and NFL Draft Report with Yahoo Sports' Andy Behrens.
All right. There he is, the man, the myth, the legend. How you feeling? You feeling good?
I'm good. I'm good. We're not that far away from the NFL draft. I'm getting pretty excited.
Yeah. I mean, for us, it'll be kind of boring that first day. We don't have a pick because we got some stupid ass owners that thought that they could go recruit Tom Brady. So that kind of kills the Dolphin Nation with no first rounder that first night. And I don't think they have even the ammunition to trade into the first round. Because I just don't think they're going to give away Tyreek Hill or something crazy to move into the first round.
Well, let me tell you, I'm a Bears fan, and I'm excited about the draft for a variety of reasons. But there's going to be an uncomfortable moment at the start of the second round when the Bears would have had the top pick, which is essentially a first round pick, except it was traded for Chase Claypool. So I just need to get past that. Once we get past that moment, which is going to be a little uncomfortable, I can't wait.
You don't like the Chase Claypool move?
I'll say this: I loved the DJ Moore move. I think Chase Claypool is his rookie season happened, and he showed a lot of promise, and he's even by NFL standards, he's a rare athlete. There are a few people who have those athletic traits. Like he's 6'4", 4.4 speed, 40-inch vertical. He can't catch anything downfield. He's just not a technician, right? And I listen, they've got DJ Moore now. They've got Darnell Mooney. They've got the contours of reasonably effective receiving core, but I just can't imagine that Chase Claypool. I don't know. He's a wide range of outcomes guy because he's such a freakish athlete.
He got him his first year downfield.
He did. They used him in really interesting ways. Pittsburgh also has they're mired in this weird Matt Canada OC experience that. So I give everybody a little bit of a pass because of that, because they're running such a
Mason Rudolph and other crappy quarterbacks too.
Yeah, I mean he's not covered himself in glory exactly. He needs to be better. So I like the receivers who are going to be on the board at the top of the second round in all likelihood are players that I would be much more interested in than Chase Claypool. But that said, the Bears have a couple of second round picks. The Bears have a couple of first round picks in a better draft in 2024. So I'm generally excited about the trajectory of the franchise.
Could be a pretty decent combination for the Bears, bro.
The one thing I'll tell you, the other thing that can't happen is they can't throw the ball 22 times a game. That's what they averaged last year, 22.2 pass attempts per game. It's got to be, now that they have DJ Moore, now that they have a professional receiver who is a legitimate wide receiver one, they have to have a serious NFL passing offense instead of the unserious thing.
You can throw downfield and play that alley-oop game, and I think he can excel at that. With a guy like Fields, I don't know. We'll see.
You would think he's just not done it well to this point in his NFL career.
He's young, and he's also he's also a little bit, immature.
I feel like Mooney is that guy. Like I think they really have something between Darnell Mooney and DJ Moore, and I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's going to be fun, and I'm glad. Hopefully, and the good thing about Fields is he's a great kid, so he's going to work hard to be really, really good, and that'll be fun to see him grow, man. Because I've always had hope for him after watching him at Ohio State. The toughness that he brings to the table, it's just shit like that you just don't teach, and he's got leadership qualities to him. So it'll be interesting to see if he can take that next step. This year as a passer. That's if he becomes a passer, holy shit. Wow, that becomes scary because you saw it with Jalen Hurts. You know what I mean? I don't fear the guy that it's only running. Eventually, that will run out of gas, and you might surprise and you might shock for a little while, like Cam did and Lamar will do. But brother, if you can't win from the pocket, you're not going to really get it done in the end in the NFL.
I'll tell you,
That's
not
what I'm excited about for Justin because I think he can do what Jalen Hurts did. I believe.
I'll tell you something that, and I was having this conversation yesterday with Matt Harmon, our podcast host at Yahoo. I feel seriously like the one thing that the Bears haven't done, and this is a thing that I think Fields should unlock, and the Bears can unlock. They haven't really until like the second half last year when we really began to see several designed runs for Field, and they were kind of playing off that a little bit. We haven't seen them take advantage of the way that you can dictate terms to a defense when you have a great rushing quarterback, right? They haven't done it at all. Like you start looking at what the Eagles do with Hurts, and I remember a couple times last year we saw that little, the old Tim Tebow play near the goal line where it would be like a fake quarterback draw and then it'd be this jump pass to a wide open receiver because you absolutely had to respect the run because he's going to frickin' score, right? Like the Eagles did that last year and it just felt unfair because you have to honor it, and the Bears just haven't really done anything to utilize take advantage of the gravity that someone like Fields has as a rusher where, and the Ravens were doing it with Lamar where like he'd press the line of scrimmage a little bit. The entire defense would come up because you have to honor the run. And then there's a guy running free downfield. And that's what we need to see. Like the Bears need to add that to the offense because it really just plainly wasn't there last year.
Yeah, no, I'm interested to see if this young man can turn the corner. Report now says that maybe the Titans could be interested in Aaron Rodgers. How much are you believing that?
It would be really unfortunate for Aaron Rodgers because there's a perfect environment for him in New York. I'm sure they're interested. The Jets are talking about the Rodgers thing like it's a done deal. I'm not sure exactly when it happens, but that is a pretty unappealing environment right now in Tennessee. There's not a, I like Treylon Burks just fine. He's not Garrett Wilson. Garrett Wilson was unbelievable last year, and the environment that they've created for him in New York between Breece Hall and some of the secondary receivers, all of the receivers that Rodgers has asked for that have landed there. I mean, New York's just a great environment, and they're a contender to make a pretty deep run with Aaron Rodgers, and it's a little bit of an offensive wasteland in Tennessee. Like it's Derrick Henry and Aaron Rodgers, and like. Not a lot at receivers. Again, I think Burks can be something, but there's no depth there. So obviously a much better landing spot in New York.
Yeah, no, I listen, you're right. It would be a better landing spot in New York. The question is, does Rodgers even want to play in Tennessee? That's really the question. Listen, with Derrick Henry there, the line, they've lost a little bit, but they still have a couple decent players on that line. You're right. The wide receiving core has got to be upgraded. They've got a tight end. Their defense is all right. But in the end, I mean, he would obviously elevate them. But still, does he want to go there? And I think you can't even make that trade, even if you're Green Bay, even if you're trying to leverage off from the Jets and trying to use something else. You can't just move Rodgers somewhere because he'll just say, no, I'm not reporting. And
right.
So then he'll say, well, then we're not doing this deal if you're not reporting.
That's the thing. He's got a choice in the matter. He's not like a third-year quarterback or something like that. And it's clear that he is prepared to walk away. Like, I don't think that's a bluff. Like, he's been talking about it long enough and he's made enough money that I'm fairly confident that he is okay with the idea of walking away if he can't land in a situation that suits him.
Yeah, I'm with you there. All right, the chosen one is in town for the Miami Dolphins. Robbie Anderson is. I really have a problem calling him chosen. I really do. It's just so silly. But anyway, I look at it as it's not even a gamble. Minimum salary. If he can help you, he helps you. He makes the team. If not, You let him go. It's a back end receiver in the end. Does it really matter? It's not that big a deal. But how do you look at the signing of the
It's funny, oftentimes Anderson goes places where he's clearly like for better or worse, and he's not, he hasn't done anything in a couple of years, right? Like he's not been a relevant NFL player in a couple of years. But in the past, he's been this great deep threat. I mean, he'd be like the third fastest guy in the Dolphins receiving corps. It's not even a trait that they lack, right? Like there's really nothing here with Anderson. Plus, he's been pretty noisy in the past when things aren't falling his way, and he doesn't necessarily have the talent level to justify some of the noise. So it's a flyer, but I would imagine that at the first sign of trouble, and if he doesn't impress them, they'll let him walk. I don't know that. I mean, if he couldn't make any noise last year with the Cardinals, I really don't see anything happening with Miami.
Should Bills fans be nervous about Stephon Diggs not reporting to the offseason program?
No, I don't think so. Like this is, maybe people have it in their mind that the last time they actually saw Stephon Diggs on camera, he was yelling at Josh Allen on the sidelines, but I didn't think that was particularly serious. This is kind of typical off-season sort of posturing, veteran maneuvering. I wouldn't pay the slightest bit of attention to it. The Stephon Diggs, Josh Allen relationship has been kind of glorious over the last 3 seasons. I wouldn't let it bother me at all. I mean, Stephon Diggs deserves whatever compensation is coming his way down the road. He's just a master technician. And again, these last 3 years, he's just been metronomically consistent at an extremely high level, right? Like I think I was just looking at his per 17 game average over the last 3 years during his tenure in Buffalo, and it's like it's 1,400 plus yards. It's 10 touchdowns. It's 100 plus receptions. Like I just wouldn't worry about Diggs at all. Diggs is one of those few guys who could, if he didn't show up until August, it would be fine.
Hall of Fame numbers is what the guy is putting up. That's what
no question about it.
He's setting himself up into the Hall of Fame. All right. This story about the Niners not selling Trey Lance, but people are calling because they might be interested in buying. I'm just wondering, what in the world are they offering for Trey Lance at this point? And I'll ask you the same question I asked Matt Verderam here. If you're the Niners, you can go ahead and tell everybody they're calling you about Trey Lance, but the reality is they're not offering you first or second rounders.
Right.
They're probably offering you third day picks in the 4th or 6th or 7th round area. And it'd be more of an embarrassment for you as a franchise to trade him for those a measly pick or 2 measly picks than to actually try to see if he can play. And I get the whole Purdy thing, but you gave up 3 first rounders in a second. I'm not sure this is the kind of conversation, if you're the Niners, you really want to have publicly, because I don't know where you win in this conversation.
I agree with you there. It's going to be a bad look, because I can't imagine. I think at some level this is a little bit of an indictment of the current quarterback class, which in my view, and who am I? But in my view, it's Bryce Young, CJ Stroud. And then, Richardson is an interesting flyer, but there's not I don't know. I don't think Levis is going to be a franchise quarterback necessarily. There's I don't know. I don't see a lot here. So it's a little bit of a reflection of the current quarterback class. Like there's more teams that should be interested in adding a young franchise quarterback than there are quarterbacks available who are obviously NFL caliber starters. So I think that's what you're seeing here. So I totally get it. If teams are kicking the tires on Trey Lance and they were interested a couple of years ago, they should probably be interested today, because we've barely seen him on the field, right? Like even last year, he played 1 game in a hurricane in Chicago, and like that was it. So we don't have a lot of NFL tape.
Matt had a great stat. He's thrown 400 passes in 5 years.
like since high school, right? Like that's nothing. That's absolutely nothing. And he had a flawless season in college at a pretty low level against, there's a
You remember
definite
when we
degree
used to
of
say Mark Sanchez didn't have enough experience with like 19 or 17 full games in USC?
yeah,
That was at USC
that's
with
at
all
USC.
that
Real
talent.
schedule. Yeah.
Right, real schedule and all that talent that he had with him. And when he came out of the draft, the criticism was he hasn't played enough football. You don't know enough about the guy. And here's this guy, Trey Lance, who they gave up way more playing on
Yeah.
a lesser school and has played way less football than Mark Sanchez ever did at
Yep.
this point. That's how crazy it is because dude, we were super critical of Mark Sanchez coming out of school because he didn't play a lot of football. A lot of people were worried about that, and it ended up becoming a problem for Mark Sanchez because there was like he hit his roof or his ceiling. Let me get away from Michael Jordan. He hit the ceiling. I mean the ceiling, not the roof, right away. It was over for him. And it was
Yeah,
bad.
I can imagine a team giving up a second round pick, especially if you've got a couple of second rounders. I can imagine a second round pick for Trey Lance. I doubt very much anybody's giving a first for Trey Lance. So
I don't even think they're giving a
no
second.
matter how this goes, it's a really bad look for San Francisco because you can't get back the draft capital that you traded for him. But I like there's a the other thing, the flip side to this story is that Brock Purdy made some comments the other day that suggest that he is not a lock to play at any point in the season ahead. Huge worry. And so now we're going to go into this season with, man, that the Niners are crazy because they're so good everywhere. Like you could literally drop Derek Carr onto that team and they are the favorite in the NFC, right? You don't
Rodgers. They should trade for Aaron Rodgers.
Yes. But you don't even have not been impressed at really any point by Jimmy Garoppolo necessarily. And they damn near won a Super Bowl with him. You don't you need a Kirk Cousins level quarterback there. You don't need like a top 5 NFL quarterback to win with that team because they have everything.
Yeah.
And we're going to Sam Darnold's going to quarterback that team. Like that is unbelievable. This is an incredible.
I've never been a Sam Darnold guy.
No,
ever. Not at USC. I hated the fact that he was a turnover machine. But I got to tell you something. In that system, with that coach, I wouldn't be surprised if he actually plays decent football with him. And that overall,
Sam Darnold almost everybody who quarterbacks it. Almost everyone who quarterbacks for Shanahan with that team walks away with like career highs in yards per attempt and all sorts of metrics that matter. Like they had people convinced that Nick Mullins, who throws 3-4 balls a game that hit defenders in the hands, like people were making the case for him as an NFL starter. Like it's a super quarterback friendly system. And I have no doubt that Sam Darnold, who's had, at least some moments with Carolina in the past, that he can cobble together a decent, I don't know, drop Baker Mayfield in there. There's so many guys who you could drop into that system and they would lead that team to 12 wins.
That line is impeccable. You have the running backs. You have one of the 2 best tight ends in the NFL. You have 3 receivers. It's a loaded offense.
Loaded.
So loaded. And then you have a great play caller.
You have a perfect modern running back. You have absolute disruptors on defense. You have game wreckers on defense. So you've got literally everything except a competent quarterback.
Right.
It's just a wild thing that they haven't been able to solve.
Yeah. It's crazy, dude, because that window is wide open for them to challenge for multiple titles. And they're not in the mix because of that one guy that they're missing. It's absolute insanity. All right, what are you working on Yahoo so folks can check you out?
Just recorded a bit of an NFL preview podcast where we focused on the Eagles and the Bears with Matt Harmon. We've got a whole bunch of preview podcasts coming out over the next couple of weeks, and then we're right into draft coverage.
All right, good stuff. Make sure you follow him on Twitter at Andy Behrens. Andy, as always, thank you, my friend. I appreciate you immensely. We will catch up next week.
Thanks, Big O. Catch you later.
You got it, baby. There you go. Andy Behrens, always coming through for us. And by the way, you go to Sports Grill, they come through for you. 8 great locations. They added the new Doral location now. It's about a mile north on 87th Avenue, right off the golf course where the Doral golf course is at, right on 87th Avenue. You keep going a mile north, probably right there, and you'll see it on the right side. It is gorgeous. It is awesome. You're going to love it. Go check it out. You can take your favorite sauces home, like the Miami Heat, the Dale, the barbecue. I'm telling you, man, and they've got all kinds of specials and deals going on every single day. Today is Wednesday. Kids eat free with the purchase of an adult entree. We love that. On Mondays, they've got the $7 single smash burger, and on Tuesdays, the $2 tacos, chicken, beef, or fish. Check it out. Go to the website, check out where one of the 8 locations is nearest to you, and also go on the social media pages on Instagram and on Twitter. Follow them at Sports Grill so you can find out about some of the specials and some of the things they've got going on. Sports Grill, baby. You're going to love it.
This has been the SportsGrill.com Dolphins and NFL Draft Report with Yahoo Sports' Andy Behrens. Cheer on your favorite South Florida sports team at SportsGrill.com. With 8 great locations, go to SportsGrill.com and find a slice of sports heaven.
All right. Greer and Marvin Allen addressed the media today. They just finished addressing the media. Let's go over some of the questions. Greer says that they are expecting Austin Jackson will start at right tackle in 2023. The expectation is that Austin is the starter at right tackle. We are excited for him. He was frustrated with the injuries last season, but has been working hard, says Greer of Austin. Some of the other things, Greer says Hurts' contract doesn't really move the needle for the Dolphins at this early stage in setting for the market for QBs, which of course it shouldn't. It shouldn't have anything to do with it because Tua can't ask for a contract like that right now because he has to finish out a season and prove that he can stay healthy and make all the right decisions on the field health-wise, not football-wise. We know football-wise he's a stud. Well, some of us know that. Anyway, Chris Greer cites internal discussions regarding all options being on the table for Tua's long-term contract. A lot of discussions with doctors and Tua before the club picked up the 5th-year option. That's what Joe Shad says. But, Joe Shad is more of a panic guy when it comes to Tua. There was no doubt they were going to move forward with him. Greer says they investigated every opportunity and Rams reached out about Jalen Ramsey. It makes sense. He's been a very good player, and we still think he's a very good player. Let's see what else. Marvin Allen says Miami has faith in Tua. He's our quarterback. Also, when we selected them, we knew the progression for both would be in the future. That's Marvin Allen on Channing Tindall and Eric Ezukama. What else do we have on here? Greer says the Dolphins have had talks with Christian Wilkins team about a contract extension. Hopefully we can keep him here for a long time. I'm excited for Christian. He's a very good player for us. We're excited about what he does on and off the field, Greer said of Wilkins. What else? Let's see. Greer on Dolphins pre-draft visits. We brought every position except quarterback into the building. Okay. On Tua's concussions and signing him to a 5th-year option, everyone felt comfortable with him health-wise. With those boxes checked, we decided to move forward. On the tight ends, Greer says they are happy with their tight end room. And Mike Gesicki had earned the right to be a free agent. They feel strongly about Durham Smythe. Let's see, what else do we have? Marvin Allen called this one of the deeper tight end classes in recent memory. There's a strong chance a lot of tight ends are going to be selected early. And then he also said, I'm personally going to watch Tanner Connor's development this offseason. He flashed playmaking ability throughout training camp last year. Oh, no, wait, I'm sorry. That's not any of them saying that. Marcel put that out there. Let's see. Chris Greer says, teams in the bottom half of the first round have expressed to Miami they may be willing to move back. And Chris Greer says they're keeping their options open. Okay, no serious conversations, but we've had those, and we'll keep our options open into trading up. Okay. What else do we have? Marvin Allen cites how he's seen Tyreek Hill mature as a leader since their days back in Kansas City. On Barrios, he's been a good returner in this league. Watching him over his career, he's a professional. That's what Chris Greer says on Braxton Barrios. Let's see. On Robbie Anderson, Greer says he and I talked one day for an hour and a half. He talked to Mike for an hour. I told both sides don't rush through this decision on signing Anderson. So there you go. They all went through an experience with them before they signed him. Let's see. Greer also notes that Barrios is such a good returner, versatile. And he also says Chosen Anderson wanted to come to Miami and reached out. Okay. We didn't promise him anything on Chosen Anderson. We have good young players. He understood that. Anderson had extensive talks with Greer McDaniel. We told you that now. Greer on Cedric Wilson, if he could be traded. Teams have called. We're not shopping him. We've had a couple teams reach out. He's a really good guy. We're trying to do right by him. And I guess it's because they signed him with the intentions on playing him, and then Tyreek ended up getting here, and so then his season went to shit, and he fell by the wayside. And so maybe I don't know what he means by that. Maybe they want to put him in position this year to be the number 3 guy, get him exposure so he can then get value, and then they can move him on. I don't know. Or they don't want to trade him to a bad situation. So if they call, it's got to be a good situation. Let's see. What else do we have? Marvin Allen says they will keep their options open with adding a running back in the draft or free agency if the right one arises. What else do we have? The expectations right now are that Cedric Wilson will be on the roster. That's it. That's pretty much the story right there, folks. I don't think there's anything else that I can tell you that I have overlooked anything. Let's see. No, we're good. Yeah, that's it. So really, again, like I told you, these things aren't going to have any kind of surprises, overall. What, that Austin Jackson, they want him to start a right tackle? Big deal. You didn't know that? I knew that. That they're going to tell you they're happy with their tight end room. Of course, they're not going to tell you, well, we kind of like our tight ends, but we desperately need another one. They're not going to tell you that, even though you and I know that they probably need another one. And obviously, Tanner Connor is a project that everybody wants to see. You know what I'm saying? So, there you go. And X is at the podium. He said his first groin muscle started to bother him in week 2, and then the other became an issue in week 3 during the scorching game versus the Bills. Kept him out part of the Bengals game on a short turnaround. Tried to thug it out. Didn't happen. It's early in the offseason program, but was asked if he's looking forward to Vic Fangio's scheme. X is having his eyes on the ball and more opportunities on interceptions. Says he didn't really like being named to the Pro Bowl because he felt his season wasn't up to his standards. It made me want to go harder. What else do we have here? That's what you got. Yeah, that's it. Okay. So he says he's excited to play more zone coverage in Fangio's scheme. I'm healthy now. All I needed was some rest. Added that his growing was compounded by playing so much man coverage last year, but insists he's healthy now. They'll be playing more zone than man in the new scheme. Let's see. Braxton Burris will be a Dolphins returner and get a chance to play in the slot on offense. According to Greer, that's it. Okay. All right. I like that. I like that X said he didn't like getting selected to the Pro Bowl because it wasn't up to, he's right. He was hurt. Dude, you can tell last year that was not the X that we've all seen. I mean, that was so freaking obvious. It was ridiculous. You can tell that guy was not, playing at his normal standard. Let's see. Since 16, X says there's been a lot of changes since I've been here. This is the team where I feel like we can go further, says X-Man. Marvin almost slipped up on the tight end draft talk. Well, I'll watch it now when I get off the air. Of course, he's excited about a zone, so he doesn't get exposed. Well, I mean, you had the groin injury. It wasn't. He's never been exposed his entire career. Last year, you can tell he wasn't healthy. That's not. I'm not going to hold that against him. So he didn't lose speed. He was injured. He had 2 groin injuries last year. If this year you see him get beat and he's healthy, then he lost speed. Last year does not count at all. So I would not do that and blame him for that. What do we got? 228 watching, 155 have hit the like button. Come on, man. Let's go. Pick it up. Let's get it over 200. So there's a bunch of you that haven't hit the like button and you're watching. Come on. So, Big O, he's 29. Dude, Mel, it was groins last year. He had 2 injuries and the 2 most important parts for a cornerback. Of course he was slow last year. What part of that don't you understand? He didn't lose speed 2 years ago. Last year he was injured completely the entire season. So of course he was getting beat. You saw it obvious. This year, if he gets beat and he's healthy, then I'll say he lost speed. But last year, it was all injuries, nothing else. I can't blame him for anything else. Anybody that says he lost speed last year, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. So you don't know what the hell you're talking about. I got to see him healthy and then slow, and then I'll believe it. Last year, you got groin injuries. How in the hell are you going to move? I had a groin injury for like 4 or 5 months. And I'm a schmuck. I'm a nobody, and it freaking affected me getting in and out of my car or walking or whatever. I can't imagine having 2 groin injuries and playing in the NFL. That doesn't make any sense. All right. So who else? I know somebody else is talking besides X. Somebody else is going to talk also there. Today. He didn't have the STD either. Apparently, that was a lie by the person that charged him or accused him, by the way. Miles Deep says, top of the morning, Big O and Sean. Greetings from Vegas. Edward Thurston House says, too bad X had a bad year. He could have changed a few games for us. He did drop some INTs. Yeah, he wasn't himself last year. You can tell. Kells says, I had a groin injury when I played football, and you cannot be your best with that. No, dude, Kells, forget football, okay? I'm just a regular, just a run-of-the-mill human being. I had a groin injury. I got it getting out of the car at a Van Halen concert in Orlando at that Amway Center years ago. Van Halen came to town, and I went up to Orlando to go see the concert. I shit you not. I got out of the car, and I blew my groin getting out of the damn car. And I kind of like felt a tweak when I got out, and I walked normal to, the concert. But brother, when I got up and I had to go back to the car, I was crippled. Okay? I mean, that I felt that after. And then it lingered for 4 months. And it affected everything I did. I can't imagine what it must be like to play an NFL game with not just one, but 2 groin injuries. So, of course, you're not going to have any speed. You're not going to be yourself. He didn't have the explosiveness that he normally has. You can tell. I think it's amazing that he actually stayed on the field and contributed something to the team, because if you've never had a groin injury, that shit is debilitating, dude. I think I pulled my groin watching X try to chase down Lamar Jackson and a touchdown. EJ Burrows says, but you're our nobody. Well, at least I'm somebody's nobody. GP Treff says, I've had a groin injury since 1977. Dan B says, Big O, guess Noon has never had a groin injury. He's a badass for just trying to play through it. I'm telling you. Brett says, Big O, you might be a schmuck, but you're our schmuck. Oh, man. Thank you, Ray. Thank you, Josh. Thank you, Rosendo. I'm getting married because I received a groin injury. Just walking up the stairs was painful. Yeah, dude. Yeah. Yes. I remember doing that, and that hurt, bro. It's always non-athletic people with no background and limited perspective with that comment. Any word on Giannis playing tonight? He's just listed as doubtful. I know as much as you do, doggy. I don't have any insight on that. I'm not gonna lie to you on that. I don't know, bro. I have a hard time believing that if he's not playing, then boy, he's really injured, right? He has to be. I almost feel like if you're Giannis, you have to play. You can't, because Miami really has a good chance of winning without Giannis. But if Giannis plays, I don't expect Miami to win this series at all. But if you're Giannis, yeah, you might need the rest. But if you're down 0-2, boy, you have opened every opportunity for the Heat. All they've got to do is win 1 of 2 when they come back home, even with a healthy Giannis. And now you're up 3-1. That one's kind of crazy. Puts him in a really tough position. Big O, I got married this weekend. Any advice as someone who's been married a long time? Compromise. I hope that you already have that kind of relationship before you got married. I hope that you're the one that compromises with your loved one, and that he or she is compromising with you. That's what I'm hoping, because I don't think there's a relationship. It's going to be hard for any marriage or any relationship to last if it's just simply one way. That's going to be really, really tough. So as long as there's compromise, as long as there's support for each other, and understanding, by the way, that also helps. I think you can last forever. So I wish you the best, my brother. All these empty gas stations are making me get a groin injury. Sean, did you ever get hit in the groin with a folding metal chair?
No, but I did get dropped across the guardrail. And that didn't feel well.
Oh, God. Yeah, that's not good. That's not good. True Fin Fan says, you have no idea how to make our workday easier. Oh, you have no idea how you make our workday easier. Well, thank you, True Fin. That's really nice. That's a very, very nice compliment, man. And thank you for the super chat. That's a super nice compliment. Big O, compromise is the biggest key. 25 years in October. Good for you, Dan B. Nice job by you. We just celebrated 29. Just being a corporate time stealing weasel listening to Big O. There you go, Nyborg. I love it. Isai says, I've pulled my groin laying shingles, the worst pain I've ever felt, and I had to work through it for a week. Yeah, dude. Definitely. Marriage hurdles, 2, 7, 15, and 25. Okay. I don't know what the reasoning is behind that, but I'll take your word for it, you know? What can I tell you? What else? Congrats to the Marlins. They won 4-2 yesterday against the Giants. They're 10-8. San Francisco's 5-11, dude. Wow. Cabrera won. He went 6 innings, 6 hits, 2 earned runs, 8 Ks. Lowered the ERA to 4.08. Jazz Chisholm hit a 3-run home run in the 4th inning. He's up to 242 with his batting average. Soler brought his average up to 263, a robust 263, because Soler to be batting 263 is pretty good, bro. Went 3 of 4 last night. They've got Lone Depot Park this afternoon in 25 minutes. It'll be Alex Cobb, the former Devil Ray, is towing the slab for the Giants, 0-1 with a 3.14 ERA. And then Mr. Rogers' neighborhood takes over for the Marlins, and he needs to try to regain that form from 2 years ago. He's 1-2, and light it up, baby. He's got a 4.20 ERA. So we'll see if the Marlins can continue to dog the Dodgers and sweep them. Would be nice. Draymond Green, that fucking loser, is suspended for 1 game for stomping on Sabonis's chest. And great job by the NBA to suspend that idiot for a game. It's enough tolerating his bullshit already as it is. So got that going on. Those are some of the things that went on locally. Josh says, enjoy my cruise and getting paid time off and listening to the Big O. Can't get any better than that. Well, thank you, Josh. Enjoy that cruise, baby. I love cruises. So fun, man. So fun. Ray says, enjoy the Marlins winning record while you still can't. Yeah, I am. Look, man, I got to watch the Marlins whether they're good or they suck. You know what I mean? It's my team. I got no shot, but I got to watch them. And last night I didn't have any Heat or Panthers, so I was able to really enjoy the Marlins, and I'll enjoy it while it lasts. I don't expect it to last. I expect them to be under 500 when it's all said and done, but this has been a pleasant surprise. It's been nice. It's been fun to watch. I would love to be really wrong and they're actually a good team. Big O almost caught Lamar on that run. Lamar changed directions, and that stopped it. Pat in Nashville says, been married 28 years come July. I'm too lazy at this point to get a divorce. Dan B says, Marlins are playing well. They stay healthy. They just might have a nice record this year. I don't know. I don't know if they really have enough offense. I think they've played a couple teams that have been struggling too lately, and that's kind of helped them a little bit. So, They teased Charles Barkley last night. They had a video of him stomping on a player in the past. Yeah, I remember that. I remember Charles did a lot of asshole things on the court. And remember when he was on the what's that called? The Dream Team. And they were playing like Kenya or some shit like that. I don't know. So one of those African nations that, those poor guys, they got no shot at playing the Dream Team in basketball. And like they make a basket on one end. It might have been Barkley. And then he's running up court and he then elbows one of the Kenyans on the chest, like, you asshole. Like, dude, we know you're superior to them. We all know that. We know there isn't an African nation that's going to be able to play basketball with the Dream Team. Nowadays, at least 30 years later from the Dream Team, basketball around the world has gotten a lot better, from Central and South American companies, European and African countries. I'm sure they're all better in basketball now. But in those days, the world was remedial in basketball. Okay? Miami High with Portillo and company could go to Africa and beat the same team that the Dream Team beat in the Olympics. I forgot what was it, Angola? It was Angola. Okay? All right. Shaky Rodriguez, rest in peace, could go get Ramos and Portillo and all those guys back in high school. They would go over, right, and get Angola and beat them by 55 points. A high school team. Okay? All right? A high school team. I can see Porter coming off the bench for the Stings and scoring 20 against Angola. You got that? I can see Ramos scoring 25 and Portillo scoring 30 against Angola. And here's the Dream Team. For those of you that are too young, you can go look it up. And, Barkley threw a midget through a window. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not supposed to say that. A small person. But he threw a small person through a bar window. Barkley did a lot of asshole things back in the day. He's not really a guy to be picking on Draymond Green much. Okay? And when he did that to the Angolan player, it's like, why do you have to be an asshole? Why can't you represent us the right way? Why can't you show some class? Of course you're superior, bro. But be a leader at that moment. Be a good person. You beat them, congratulate them, wish them the best, encourage them, those kind of things. Deep down inside, you know what you are. You don't need to rub it in on them. Those Angolan players were probably loving it that they got the experience to play against you. And here you are putting an elbow on his chest. Just a complete a-hole move, dude. So, yeah. Yes, he was a round mound of rebound. Big O, here are some mothers and father-in-laws married 65 years. They know each other for 72. That's pretty amazing. 29 years married now. My wife suggests I don't give you any suggestions. Oh, okay. In other words, she's carried your ass for 29 years. That's what she's trying to say. Don't you say anything to him. You wouldn't know how to carry this relationship for 29 years. I'm the one that's carried this relationship. And Emilo's there. Yes, honey, you are right. Admittingly, listen, none of us make it to 20, 25, 29, 35, 40 if we don't have great women carrying us. That's just the honest truth. We might do our part, but they always do the bigger part. You know what I'm saying? That's why I kind of get pissed at NBA players with all this bullshit load management crap, right? Because like most of us, it's like, really, load management? Did you not grow up with parents? How was their load management? How's your mom's load management, for those of us that were blessed to grow up with a mom, and that maybe that mom had to be a mom, had to be a wife, and had to be a career mom? Yeah, how's her load management? Did she ever get a break? What, maybe once a year you took her out to dinner or something? Mother's Day? Then every other day, the woman is the most selfless thing that exists on the planet, right? Your wife, the mother of your children, you, son, daughter out there. You ever notice how mom doesn't really get any load management? How she works harder than any NBA player has ever worked? Because I can tell you, any woman that has had a kid or kids, is married, and has a career, no NBA player ever could come close to her. Oh, and by the way, she also delivered the kids, carried them for 9 months. My wife worked for like 8 months and like 3 weeks or 2 weeks or some shit like that. Get the hell out of here, bro. She handles me, my daughter, the dogs, the house, her career. Get the F out of here, bro. That's why I tell you, compromise, support. They're going to do a lot for you, bro. And the only reason most of us make it that far, it's because those women are special, dude. Special. Man, way tougher than us. You know how we had that conversation, how somebody asked me and they thought I wasn't going to answer the question. I guess they think I worry about being, I don't know, politically correct or insult people or whatever. But remember when somebody asked me about that transgender thing? And I'm against it. I'm against males who are females competing in female sports, because you're really a male. And like I told you, no matter what in the history of time, the male is superior over the female in physical activities. Always will be. Will you find a woman that can beat you in something? Of course. But 99.999999999% of the time, the average man will pound a woman in everything. Running, lifting, fighting, everything. Because physically, they were gifted with more. Right? I told you that, right? Because I don't believe it's fair. I believe in people wanting to be who they are. So if you feel you need to be the other gender or whatever, that's how you feel comfortable. God bless you, man. I have no problem in everybody being who they are, who they feel. But in competition, I do have a problem with that. Because if you have boy parts, you got to compete with boys. Just the way it goes. Because you were given the muscles and everything else that was male. So you're superior over any of the females. But the opposite goes true. The superior species is the female, not the male, because of what I just mentioned. Because males will not deliver kids, raise the kids, be married to your husband, take care of the husband, take care of the house, and manage a career. Males will never do shit like that. Most males could never handle that shit. And a period every month, and get the hell out of here, bro. Women are the superior beings. Okay? I am convinced of that. They are the superior being. But physically, it's the male by miles. By miles. It's not even close. And it never will be close, because genetically it was just never made that way. But as much as I tell you I wouldn't want males competing in female sports, I will tell you the female is the superior species, because mothers, especially career mothers, those people are monsters, bro. I could never do what my wife does. Never. No. No. I could never do what my wife does. Never. And most of you could never do what your wife / mother of your children / career woman, most of you could never do that if you're honest, like I'm being honest. Think about that. So, yep. Anyway. They carry the load and, oh, EJ, you're terrible. And not all of them do that, by the way. Anyway, Stephen Harris says, good afternoon, Big O. What's the word on the streets? The word on the streets is compromise. So you can survive in your relationships. My wife is Cuban as I am. I need her for everything: cooking, cleaning, mother to my kids, part-time teacher, motivational speaker, dogs, etc. She just needs to bring me the bread and the wood. Oh, she just needs me to bring the bread and the wood. Exactly. And we could never do what they do. But my mother was awesome to me, raised to be a hard worker. Mothers are special, bro. True FinFan says, going on 25 years this September, she's the queen of our home and family. Yep. Without her, True FinFan, we're lost, right? It's the way it goes, bro. Women are special, man. They are as special as it gets, dude. Well, the women that become mothers and wives and career women and all that. I'm gonna talk about gold digging skanks out there. You know, that's sewage. There's plenty of that sewage that's out there. But when you find a good one, a real woman that does that, those are special beings, man. Those are special beings. Dougie Fresh says, my wife comes from a family of boxers and has dealt with drunks as a bartender for 23 years. She's beautiful, but when she's at the bar, she's a Godzilla and drunk men are Japan. Man. And by the way, I can vouch for Dougie Fresh. Okay, he completely outkicked his coverage with Victoria. All right, absolutely outkicked his coverage with Victoria. He is correct. And those two are amazing, by the way. They treated me like gold when I went to visit them over in Pensacola. They were amazing. Let's see if there's any breaking news going out there. Let's see. CJ Stroud is visiting the Falcons today, I read. Vikings 49ers talk Trey Lance at the scouting combine. We'll give you a 6-rounder for him. But we traded 3 first-rounders in a second. Well, that's your problem. We know he's not much for you right now. Here's a 6-rounder. Big O, any 420 plans? Oh, that's tomorrow. Yeah. Oh, dude, I got big plans tomorrow, 420. 3 o'clock, we're going to be on live at Hialeah Park. We'll be in the second floor poker room, and we'll be out there. Why don't you come on over? And by the way, you could go visit the Smoking Hot slots. So at 420, you can spark it up. There you go. Maybe. You know what? I should have talked to the guys. We probably should have done our show downstairs in the Smoking Hot slots just for the honor of 420. So there you go. So join me, smoke it up at Hialeah Park tomorrow. Bring your weed, bring your cigars, bring your cigarettes, and spark it up, Johnny. That's what I would say. It's 420 Eve. Be sure to leave cookies and milk for Willie Puff Give. Nothing wrong with that. But those are my plans. Did you see Antonio Brown? Now, this is kind of funny, sad, because, you know, the Antonio Brown story is not going to end well. I used to say that about Mike Tyson, and I was wrong. It actually ended pretty good, and he did a good job of bouncing back because he was headed obviously for death pretty much, and that's where I thought it was going to end sad. But he's turned it around, and it's been great for him, and I'm happy for him. With Antonio Brown, I'm still worried that this one's not going to end good. So he stirred it up again this weekend. Brown recently became a part owner of the Albany Empire. Okay, it's an indoor football league that plays in the National Arena League. He attended the team's season opener on Sunday, which they won 70-33 against the Orlando Predators. Brown shared a video on social media of his interaction with security worker during halftime. In the video, the worker repeatedly tells Brown to get off the field. Brown tells the worker that the former NFL player owns the team, which the worker did not believe. Brown also responded to demands from the worker to get off the field by saying, "Make me." TMZ spoke with the GM of the MVP arena. The general manager said that Brown was being asked to leave the field for safety reasons. The team was about to lower its 2022 championship banner and needed the field to be cleared to keep a safe environment. The arena GM also said that Brown used some aggressive language that was not shown in the video. He, whatever, all that other stuff. Anyway, in an unrelated matter, Brown was sued recently for allegedly stifling a jeweler of $1 million. So this part is obviously because he's an idiot. We all know that Antonio Brown is just a moron. Now, you wonder, why is he allowed to be a part owner of the Albany Empire, right? Of the Arena League. What? First of all, why would you go into business with Antonio Brown? Right? I get it if you need the money so desperately that you're going to take it from anybody and you got to survive. Okay. But did you really need it? You couldn't get it from somebody else. But do you know why Antonio Brown is a part owner of an Arena League team? And especially the Albany Empire. Do you know why? His dad, Eddie Brown, not the aforementioned Miami High Stingerees, not that Eddie Brown, not downtown Eddie Brown. No. Okay? And I know the other Eddie Brown from the Seattle Sonics. I get it, downtown also. I was just having fun with it. Touchdown Eddie Brown. Born October 2nd, one day after me. I'm an October 1st guy. 1969, born right here in Miami. Touchdown Eddie Brown. He is 53 years old, played for Louisiana Tech, and played Arena League and played several years for Albany. He's in the Arena League Hall of Fame. Did you guys know that? Did you know that Antonio Brown's dad is in the Arena League Hall of Fame and played many years for Albany? That's why he purchased, has a stake in the Albany Empire of the Arena Football League. And here's another fun fact that I did not know until I, looked at all this up. Did you know any of this, Sean? Right? How about this? Do you know that Antonio Brown's father, touchdown Eddie Brown, is a coach at Boyd Anderson? How about that? Did not know that either. And then I'm thinking, my God, that poor man, he must have people walk up to him like, sorry to hear about your son. Sorry to hear about your son. Sorry to hear. Poor guy. I had no idea that I know that he's from here, from South Florida, but I had no idea that his dad still lives in this town. Actually, is a high school coach for Boyd Anderson. I didn't know that he was born in Miami, and I had no idea that he was a Hall of Famer in the Arena League and played for Albany for many years, the team that Antonio Brown, which I did not know, had some ownership in it. Crazy. So, anyway. Let's see. Maybe Seth Rogen, Snoop Dogg, Wiz Khalifa will be there at Hialeah Park on 420. Now, that would be fun. That would be fun because that would be like a cumulonimbus cloud hanging around this. And it rains a lot in Hialeah. So if you bring those guys, I think they would create a cloud that's big enough that would actually create precipitation, and then it would rain on everybody. So that kind of makes a lot of sense. Being the father of Antonio Brown and works at Boyd Anderson, man, that guy has all my respect. Yeah. Now, do not invest in Antonio Brown, life coach. Oh, man. So, yeah, interesting Antonio Brown story. And dad, which I had no idea that there was so much of a connection here locally. Yes, sir.
Looks like Tua's meeting with the media right now.
Is he?
It appears so. It just went live on my.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if it
All right.
was a minute ago or what. I just looked down and saw it, and I just double checked to make sure it says live next to the name.
Okay. All right. Well, let's we can't air it because they'll tag us. The NFL is watching our show. So Tua is addressing the meteors right now. I had no idea that he was talking today. Why is he even talking today? Is he promoting something?
He's a white belt so far, just so you know.
I see it there. I'm still a white belt. I just started, obviously, learned how to fall, learned some grappling techniques. Yeah, because he's not really going to be doing a ton of judo. He's just doing the technique of learning how to fall. So that's kind of what it is. And it's jujitsu, by the way.
I still think Tua should mess with them and be like, I could kill you right now if I wanted to. Ask me a question.
The problem is that's not in his DNA, because maybe he'll do that with like somebody in the locker room, but with people like the media, he's not going to do any of that kind of stuff. He doesn't allow us in that circle of his. You know what I mean? So there you go. So I guess he started off, he says, I'm still a white belt in jiu-jitsu. You think it's easy, just fall down and don't hit your head, but it's a lot more to it than that, he says.
Yeah, he's saying he learned on crash pads right now, learning to tuck the chin, how to disperse the energy of his fall.
Right. Yeah. He says, you think it's easy? Just don't fall down and hit your head. We use crash pads to land on first. We're trying to fall with tucking your chin. It's about the technique to disperse your energy when you fall. Exactly. That's what they teach you. Exactly. How to disperse that energy. And that's why usually you'll see it and they'll hit the mat with the hand when they're coming down and backwards. You'll see them, and that'll help to break the fall. And then describing some of the techniques involved in learning how to fall, Tua starts by the idea of tucking his chin. It's actually a lot cooler than you think learning how to fall, Tua said. You continue to train it, work at it, and it becomes second nature. He's right about that, because everything that I learned when I was a kid is exactly what would happen to me whenever I've fallen. I've always used the judo rolls to go with any of my falls. I never really end up falling and flopping. I usually end up rolling and breaking my fall more often than not. Can't do it every time, because sometimes you might be out of balance. Not that I've fallen a lot, I thank the Lord, but when I have, I've been able to always break my fall thanks to my experience in judo when I was young. So that is very, very true. I still don't understand why they need to put him through this at this point when there's really nothing to actually talk about. Tua says he's training in a way that is going to the ground in a safer way that is second nature. Repetition will make it that way. He says he's been working nonstop. What else do we have? I've been falling a lot this offseason. I've been thrown airborne, put in uncomfortable positions in jiu-jitsu. You continue to work at it, it becomes second nature For guys at my position, we barely hit in practice. Don't even get touched until the season starts. By the way, Paul Maurice says Sam Bennett will play tonight. That's good. That just came through. Okay. Tua added that his training has included tucking his chin and knowing how to disperse energy. Yeah, okay, we got all that.
Ayo.
Yes, sir.
I kind of feel like they threw him out there just to get all this out of the way before anything starts with training camp. That's the way I feel. Just because listening to the questions, I'm watching it as it's going, and it's just, nothing's about football right now. Everything's been about the falling and
right.
And
there's no football being played.
No, I know, but I mean, there's not even like Daniel Yofusi, is it?
Yeah, Oyefusi.
Oyefusi just asked him about did he ever think about not coming back to football?
Oh, yeah, on retiring, he says, yeah, I considered it for a time, having sat down with my family, with my wife, having those kinds of conversations. Yeah, of course they discussed it because he's not going to do it, but I'm sure they brought it up. And then he had to say, no, it's kind of like, look what's going on with DeMar Hamlin. This is a concussion. The other guy almost died. I'm coming back.
Did you see Eddie Lebb's comment?
No, what did he say? Tua asked Omar. Tua asked Omar. They let you back in. Tua confirms he considered leaving football, but it would be hard for me to walk away from this game with how old I am with my son. I always dream of playing as long as I could, where my son would know where he would what he was watching his dad do. Yeah, there was no way Tua was going to retire. Let's see, what else do we have? He's not one of those dudes, bro. The good thing is we just had that conversation about all kinds of people doing what they love, and they're not going to walk away from it just because there's a danger to it. When you love what you do, you want to keep doing it. Let's see, what else do we have? A lot of Tua's offseason has revolved around strength building, mainly his legs, core, and neck. Well, you can tell that he was the neck. You saw it. I showed it to you. You could tell he was working that neck. Let's see, what else do we have? So far, nothing new has come in. All right.
I think I'm a little bit ahead of you on some of this, but
he said, yeah, Tua, it was tough to watch replays of the injuries last season. He wants to get better and was willing to relive the scenario with his jiu-jitsu coach in order to learn from it.
Oh, he said it wasn't tough.
It wasn't tough to watch.
Okay. Just making sure.
I'm sorry. It wasn't tough to watch. My bad.
And then he also said he is doing pulley work with his neck, along with other things with, I guess, Nick, because he said with his trainer. So,
yeah, he discussed. Let's see. Tua says he and his jiu-jitsu coach watched the tape to see the different falls and scenarios he faced, so he can practice them specifically. Okay. Tua's doctors told him CTE wasn't going to be a problem. It's only when you're constantly hitting your head against something. Okay. Says linemen, linebackers, running backs, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say he said the position.
Yeah. You know, you're probably right, Sean. It's just to kind of get all of this out of the way. The only thing is, Here's the only battle I would have to come back at you on this is the hardcore media members are there right now. The ones that are there every day, and it's only a few of them. When you get to training camp, there'll be 4 times as many people. And so that 75% of the people that just showed up for the first day or two, they never asked any of those questions. So they're going to ask all those stupid questions again. And so he's probably going to go through some of that again at one point when he gets everybody back. But so far, let me see, nothing. At least it's good to hear that he's working out on the different types of falls to try to help himself. Since he's not a big guy, you've got to, and strengthening that core is definitely a smart thing to do. He had to work on the middle of his core last year because of the hip. Now this year, you kind of know what you need as a wear and tear as a quarterback. So now you figured out, okay, I got to strengthen the top part and around my neck, and then obviously learn how to fall is also very, very important. It's funny how some guys have to learn how to slide, right? Because it sounds funny as shit when you see some of these guys that they can't slide, and all of us that played baseball, like, yo, dude, you don't know how to slide? Like, that's not hard. That's super simple. And it becomes kind of a mission for some of these guys to learn how to slide. And then this is another thing that we've never seen this, that some guys, you got to learn how to fall. And it's funny because when you take judo or jujitsu in his case, that's your first lessons is part of teaching you how to fall. And it's like an odd thing, but you're going to fall, So it's good to see that that's what's going on in his offseason. What you got there, Sean?
The press conference just concluded, but the last question asked him how close he was to playing in the playoff games, and it went along about the lines that you said it was. He's like, I don't know. I was in my process, but if they would have came to me, if Greer or Mike would have came to me and asked me, I would have done everything. I would have been out there to play. So, of course, again, the Dolphins were holding him out, and exactly right. what you've been talking about.
Yeah. So that report was complete bullshit. That if they win this week, there's a chance Tua comes back. No, there was no chance. They weren't going to bring him back. They weren't going to put him at risk, which was the smart thing to do. Okay. So overall, they handled it the right way. But Tua's crazy ass, of course he's going to play. Just like the whole retirement thing. He'll feed you the bullshit that, where I was going to think about it and talk about it with my family. But is he ever going to retire? Hell no, he was never going to retire. He was going to, of course, talk about it because he had to talk about it with his family. Because I'm sure some of them were worried just like some of you. But, it's funny how you don't worry about the fireman that goes into burning buildings every day. You don't worry about the cops that are putting their lives on the line every single moment that they're out there. But no, Tua should retire. Yeah. Yeah. So should every FP&L man or woman that climbs poles. They should retire too because they could get electrocuted and die. Boxers should also retire because, they're going to suffer multiple concussions all the time. MMA fighters, they should retire too. Concussions galore. I mean, Sean, why should wrestlers exist? They're all multiply concussed. Am I wrong on this, Sean? That every wrestler is multiply concussed? Am I wrong on that statement?
No. I mean, I don't know. Like the only part I would argue is because there's a few that don't do that stuff, so they'd never probably.
Okay, all right. Well then, God,
but again, really? 99% have probably had a concussion, whether they know it or not. Because your first practice, you take that first bump, and more than likely 99 to 99.9% everybody hit their head the first time they took a bump.
From the second they started wrestling to the moment that they have done all the pro wrestling that they've done, how many concussions? Come on, bro. And especially these wild fuckers that are diving all over the place and breaking chairs and falling on tables and all this other crap that they do in the ring. Are you kidding me? Those people are multiply concussed. Well, why don't they all quit? Oh, I see. They must love what they do and they make really good money. What a concept. It's just like it's the thing that we get carried away with, and then we want all these, Tua should retire. And then you don't really think about everybody else that puts their asses on the line every single day, and you don't tell them to retire. There's more outrage with Tua than Damar Hamlin coming back from death. His heart wasn't beating right on the field, right, or something like that. Didn't they have to do some kind of resuscitation or something? They had to didn't they have to do something like that? And there is less outrage hearing about Damar Hamlin wanting to come back than Tua Tagovailoa. That's how ridiculous it is with some of you out there in Tua. The things that some of you say and about Tua, you like everybody else is completely on another plane. It's the weirdest thing, dude.
Hey,
yes, sir.
Sports Center is showing the Tua press conference right now.
Did they cut in for the Damar Hamlin press conference?
I know they did discuss it for a couple of minutes last night, but I don't know that they cut in for it. I don't know. And this is
that's death. Tua didn't face death. This guy faced death.
The bottom of it says Tua talking jiu-jitsu. It's the craziest thing ever.
It's the most ridiculous.
You're going to see in 5 minutes talking to Kale Sonnen about Tua taking jiu-jitsu. Jiu-jitsu, Tua on his way to the cage, UFC, Fight Night 57.
I love it, man. Zion Williamson should retire. He's always hurt. Exactly. Thank you, True Fin fan, for the love again on the super chat. Damn it, you are awesome. Big O, you said it from day one. They were never going to play him in the playoffs. Of course not. That was the smart thing to do. Just like I told you right when the season ended, they were moving forward with Tua. And everybody else was throwing all kinds of other, I don't know, this, that. No. They're not trading for anybody. They're moving on with Tua. But that's all right. Every player in the NFL has had concussions. You can't play football without getting knocked silly at least once. Yep. Big O, I missed what is Tua talking about on ESPN. Did you see his press conference? Brian, we just went over all his comments. So you can just rewind, my brother. Rewind 20 minutes back, and I think you'll pretty much pick up from the beginning, and we go over all his comments, and we kind of fill in whatever we think is being said there by him or being asked by the media. Joe Burrow should retire. Not only has he had a serious knee injury, but he's also had concussions. That's right, Eric. He should retire. People just want something to complain about. Trust me, we could sign Patrick Mahomes and fans would still find something to be negative about. That is very true, Jason. Very true. Dougie Fresh says if Brady was coming back from the same injuries, the talking heads would be using the following: bravery, grit, determined. Yeah, they would. They would. Yeah. Oh, he's the super GOAT now. Yeah. Yep. Oh man. These ESPN must have a sorry show because they are showing it. Even NFL Network is not showing. Yeah. Like I said, Big O, surprise first thing to learn to tuck your damn chin. What a difficult concept. It's not learning how to fall. It's know how to properly fall. Exactly. You are correct. Yes, sir, Sean.
Now we're getting the intellectual breakdown of Tua's press conference from Damian Woody.
Oh, okay. There you go. It's the wood that makes it good. That's what they say. All right, we thank Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. We thank Matt Verderam. We thank Andy Behrens, as always. Omar Kelly normally joins us on Wednesdays, but he was at the press conference, so we'll let him, kind of simmer and kind of based in all of that information. And then we'll get his comments tomorrow because he'll join us tomorrow. Remember, tomorrow it's an afternoon show. So Alan Poupart will be joining us. Omar Kelly will be joining us tomorrow afternoon. We'll be on between 3 and 6 p.m. from Hialeah Park. We thank Sean Stanley, the man that masters this entire platform every single day. And thank you all out there, those of you that tuned in. If you sent in a super chat, thank you very much. Remember, you can also make a donation through Cash App or Venmo at Cash Big O Show. That is Cash Big O Show on Cash App or Venmo. Remember, you can always make a Bitcoin donation. Don't forget to hit the like button whenever you're listening or watching the show. Right now, we've got 195 likes. I love it. Let's go, man. Keep hitting that like button anytime and every time you're on the podcast or watching on YouTube. Please hit that like button. It is very important. We'll see you all tomorrow at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Same place, same bat channel.